Stage one. The eyes close. The sync will also show us a soaring at the heart rate. Their bodies are preparing them for deep sleep.
We're back. Trying out the Friday spot yet again. Gonna see how it goes. Hey, what's up, Adorable Waffles in chat? So far, I think I'm liking it. The Friday spot, the Friday slot, I think it's okay. Last week it worked out really well. And it's really just something I have to adjust to, really. I'm just gonna have to switch things around in my schedule, change some stuff up. But I think if I do, it'll be much better because, like I said last week, the way things I'm doing now, Saturdays are just basically, it's taking up my whole day. So it's basically like I'm working 6 days a week, which is just no bueno. I want to have Saturdays and Sundays off. Because then I also have to do other shit too, right? I have to clean the house. I gotta freaking go grocery shopping. I gotta meal prep, whatever. See friends and family. Friday, yes. Indeed. I also want to do, you know what I would like to do? I would like to have this music on the whole stream. But the thing is that this isn't my music. This is somebody else's, and I will actually plug them right now. Another algo, dub algo poll. There's somebody else's music. But if you like it, I just posted it right there in the chat. And I want to do my own. Really what I want to do is do my own music. I would like to make my own music. We've been rocking on the D&B, jungle D&B. This one is Arcology's atmospheric D&B and jungle. I love this type of music. I don't know why it's just hitting, and I feel like it fits the vibe of kind of what I'm going for on the channel. And having that, I wonder having that in the background underneath, maybe until we play like a video or something, but just having it, I wonder how that would go. Or maybe even playing it with the video, but just having the video be louder. So it just kind of drowns out. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Anyways, we're getting way off track. We're getting way off track. We are back. We are back on a Friday this time. On time, exactly, 7 o'clock. We have a lot of good stuff to talk about tonight. We have Elijah Schaffer returning for more Crash Out. He crashed out a few days ago, or not a few days ago, a couple weeks ago is what that was. Lost his kids, lost his family. Everything, was high on drugs, deleting posts online. And he's back again for more. Posting at 3 in the morning a couple nights ago. That's never a good sign. And then he deleted them. So, but we have the posts. We found the posts. We're back. We're going to look at those. We got Tucker Carlson, kind of new. This just came out earlier today. I haven't really had a whole lot of time to analyze it. Honestly, I checked it out while I was working. Shh. Don't tell anybody. I watched it while I was working. And I thought it was really interesting, really enlightening. He held his feet to the fire, man. I don't know if any of you guys saw that. Mike Kuckaby over there. I thought he did a really good job. So we got clips of that. He posted a ton of clips. Basically the best moments we're going to check out. We have the frat bro thing. One of the weirdest things I've ever seen online. I don't know. Again, I don't know if you guys saw this. This happened a few days ago as well. All these frat bros are like huddled in the basement. The cops get called and they're, I guess, doing some sort of pledge. I don't know. I don't really know the whole story of that, but we're going to look at some of that. It's going to be a good show. It's going to be a good evening. Going to be a good Friday night. I did not see. I'm intrigued. Okay, good. Very good. I thought it was pretty big. I think the post I have has like 150,000 likes on it, like quite a bit. But if you're not on X, maybe you don't see it. I don't know. But anyways, also another thing I wanted to bring up. 281 subscribers. Thank you. Thank you all for 281 subscribers. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Now let's get to 300. Can we get to 300? That's my goal. 19 more. Get 19 of your friends and family to hit subscribe. And, Jump in chat every once in a while. Maybe like a video or two here and there. Come on. Come on. My Uncle Rob will subscribe when we get to 300. We need to push for 300. Otherwise, my uncle will not subscribe. He wants to be I don't even know. I don't think he actually said that, but maybe he wants to be the 300 subscriber. Maybe when I have 299, I'll have to beg somebody when I get to 300, I'll have to beg somebody to unsubscribe so he can subscribe me to 300th. But we're on our way. We're on our way. 19 away. Please hit subscribe on YouTube. My handle is Jacob on YT. Follow me on X. Same exact thing. Jacob on YT helps me out a ton. And we're trying to get to 300 for Uncle Rob. My Uncle Rob. He so nicely told me that at Christmas time that my subscriber count, which was at 270 then, he so nicely and graciously said, that sucks. You can do better. He said, I'm not going to subscribe. I'll subscribe when you get to 300. You only have 270. 207. Or maybe I had 270. 270 maybe was what it was. I don't know. But I hit the goal at Christmas and I wanted to just get 250 by the new year. And I ended up surpassing that. And I was happy. But it's not enough for some people. Some people say, you should have 1 million. I wish I had 1 million. I'm kind of like suited right now. I've been drinking coffee all day, so we're in for an interesting one. And who knows? Maybe this will be better. Maybe this will be more entertaining. Decaffeinated Jake versus the Saturday night sipping on some Mickey's. Uncle Rob sounds tough. He is. He's a tough nut to crack. He's tough but fair. I agree with him. We should be at 300 subscribers. I agree with him. Hey, what can I say? If I die, does my subscription still count? Yeah, I mean, it's still on there. I think they eventually delete your channel if you're inactive for so long, but for all intents and purposes, it'll count. It'll count. Coffee prices are crazy. Dude, everything is crazy. But yeah, coffee is nuts, dude. I literally walk in now and I look for what's the cheapest bag of coffee. Okay, that's it. I think it was Seattle's Best this time. It was like $8 for a bag. And I was like, that'll do. That'll do, pig. I'm going to have to start siphoning off coffee grounds from my workplace. Not really. Hey, I'm not really doing that. Look, I'm not stealing. I'm not stealing from my work. That was a joke, but I'm gonna have to start taking a plastic bag and start scooping coffee grounds into it. There was a while there where I didn't even drink coffee at home. I just literally would drink coffee. I'd get up in the morning and I would just run to work and drink coffee at work. But I'm such an addict, it's unreal, man. And sometimes driving, I dead ass ran a red light one morning when I didn't have my coffee. I'm so out of it in the morning and the coffee wakes me up and I think I'm so used to that energy that when I don't have it, I'm I wasn't falling asleep. It's just my mind wasn't there and I totally ran a red light and I was like, oh shit. I need to I don't know. I feel like I need to get that under control. The caffeine withdrawal is not good. But it's so good. It just feels so good, being coffee it tastes good. It's just a good vibe. It smells good. It just makes you feel good. It's truly a drug. There's something else I was going to say. I'm trying to remember what it was. Something having to do with the channel. The subscriber count. Yeah, I said that. Subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Follow me on X. Jake, I'm a YT. I already did that. There was something else though, and I'm floundering here. I've been running around all day trying to get this ready. I get off work at 4, okay? So that leaves me 3 hours to get all this shit set up. So bear with me, people, okay? Bear with me. Got a small black coffee at McDonald's for $2.99. $2.99, bro? I remember when those were a fucking $1, bruh. I remember when they were $1. I'm already unk, dude. I'm already unk status. I was having a freaking conversation with my coworker about. No, well, it was with my sister, and then I had it again with my coworker because I was asking him. I was talking to him about it. But like, I literally am like turning into Uncle Rico. I am unk status. I can't play video games really anymore. And it's not because I don't have any time to. It's just that the video games require you to like reorient your whole life to play them. And I was talking to my coworker, and I was like, I'm like Uncle Rico, where it's like I'm playing these games, and I'm like, man, well, how much you want to bet I could throw a football over the mountains, right? I could have been all state. I could have been championships, man. Senior year. That's how it feels now when I play these games. I can't do it. I don't even know what's going on half the time. I feel like I was playing Overwatch and they added so much new shit that I'm like, I just want to play the guy with the hammer and the shield. I want to play Reinhardt. He used to be meta. He used to be good. I remember when Ryan Zarya was the meta. Now it's like there's a cat flying around and all this shit. Too much crap on my screen. And I just feel like, yeah, this is no country for old men. This is I'm past my prime. I'm unk status. I don't have time to learn all these characters. I don't have time to hone my skills, During COVID, it was like you play 8 hours a day. I play 8 hours a day of this shit, 10 hours a day, and I would be on. I was GM. I was good. I was a competitor. But now it's like I got priorities. I got work. I got to pay bills. I got to go see family. I got to see friends. I got a life to live. And if you're not somebody if you're not a child, right? Children don't do anything but go to school, even if they even do that, and play video games, and they play video games 8 hours a day. And I'm like, man, I just don't have time. I play like 2 or 3, maybe, every other day, maybe. But even that's like a lot. And I'm like, man, I'm just not cut out for it anymore. I'm just not cut out for the gaming scene. I gotta because it takes a lot of practice, like getting your reaction time down, getting your aiming down, getting all this stuff down, figuring out, especially if there's new stuff in the game, you got to figure out what you have to really like invest. There's so much of an investment with this stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't have time for that, and I don't give a shit about playing like a story game. I don't know why. I just don't care. If I want a story, I'll watch a fucking movie. I'll read a book. I'll do something else. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and play a 15-hour game. I don't know. Although I have been recommended, people have been telling me to play like Elden Ring or Dark Souls or something. Oh, you should stream it. I'm like, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I haven't done really gaming yet on this channel. I don't know. I feel like I feel like it's not what this channel really is, I don't know. Thoughts on Elden Ring? I've never played it. He's never played it. He's never played Elden Ring. No, I've never played it. I've also only played GTA 5 like twice. I was an Overwatch Call of Duty grinder. That's what I did. I've literally grinded Call of Duty up until I was probably like 20. And then whenever I was like 20, that's when Overwatch came out, and that was like the thing, and I was like GM on there. I was pretty up there. Playing Elden Ring would get hella viewership? Nah, I don't think it would at all, actually. Some guy who's never played it? You think it would get mad viewership? I don't think so. I think all the people who are here now, who regularly watch me, would probably turn it off because they'd be like, I don't even know what's happening. I don't care. And the people who do care, they're already watching their gamer, their dedicated gamer streamer. And I'm not a dedicated gamer streamer, so they would be like, why would I ever tune into this guy? But that was a choice I made. That was a distinct choice I made not to do gaming, because maybe I had the wisdom. Maybe I could feel it in my bones back then when I started this channel that like, the gaming scene is, I'm quickly moving on from that, I think. I play stuff here and there, like I said, but I'm not going to be able to sit there and play. Like if the stream is like 2 hours, right? The stream is like 2-3 hours, maybe 4 sometimes. If I got on stream and gamed, people would be like, dude, this guy's ass. because I'm not playing like 8 hours of it, you know, in my own free time. I'm not honed in. I don't know. Maybe I'm just coping. Maybe I'm just But man, I could have been an OWL, man. I could have been champion, man. I was GM. I could have thrown a football over the mountains. Man, I could have thrown a football over the mountains.
Back in 82, I used to be able to throw a pigskin a quarter mile.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Are you serious? Dude.
Watch this.
What the heck are you doing? That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
That's me showing my clips to other people. Hey, look at this 6-man shatter I hit in 2018. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains? Yeah. If Coach would have put me in fourth quarter, we'd have been state champions, no doubt.
No doubt.
No doubt in my mind.
No doubt in my mind. I could have made it.
You better believe things would have been different. I'd have gone pro. In a heartbeat. I'd be making millions of dollars and living in a big old mansion somewhere. You know, soaking it up in a hot tub with my soulmate.
He's stuck in 82. I'm stuck in 2017.
You know a lot about cyberspace?
Gaming wise, I am.
You ever come across anything like time travel?
Easy. I've already looked into it for myself.
Right on.
So you can now call me Uncle Jaco. I'm Uncle Jaco. That's what my new name should be. I should change my name to that on X. Uncle Jaco. I'm Unk status. Uncle Rico's the kind of guy that ends up on Judge Judy. Yeah. Yeah, he probably gets caught with some underage girl or some shit. Maybe. Maybe. He gets caught. He's on the Epstein, he's in the Epstein files. He was meeting with Epstein. This movie is so good, man. I love this movie. And I think it's like a... It is a pinnacle, I think, of millennial media. This and SpongeBob are like they're the two pillars on which the millennial culture rests upon. Anyways, honestly, we're going to segue actually into something that is tangentially related.
Hey yo, so we hooping this weekend or what, y'all? Hey, you don't want no smoke. Hey yo, so we hooping this weekend or what, y'all? Hey, you don't want no smoke, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. You really about this smoke, bro? Nah, you ain't about that, bro. I'm like 10 toes the fuck down, bro. Bro, let's do it. Jacob, you in or what?
Yeah, but can the voices gotta stop. But yeah, I'll play.
What you talking about, bro? This is how we talk, bro. We raised on the streets, bro.
You were raised in a cul-de-sac, and both of your parents are doctors.
What coming after me like that, bro? Stop playing with me, bro. Don't play with me, bro. You ain't about that life, bro.
What life am I not about?
Hoops is life, bro. You ain't about that life, Jacob,
You
bro.
ain't about that life, Jacob.
Quit playing with me like that, Jacob.
Okay, you're both 5'8" and Irish. The only life you're about is sunscreen and getting worried about moles.
Okay, well, hold on there, buddy. That is just about where I draw the line, okay?
Yeah.
Hold the phone there, Chief. What's your deal,
Hold the
amigo?
phone there.
I'm sorry, I
Chief.
had to shut you guys up, and it worked.
Okay, well, it's not our fault that we have genetic predispositions to cancerous skin diseases. Are we gonna play basketball or what?
Yeah, I'll play if you guys promise to just speak normally.
Oh, let's go. Come on, bro. Let's go, bro. Oh, my mama. That was on my mama though.
Oh my God, I hate Orange County.
It's not just Orange County though, dude. I talk like this. I've had it slip before. I got dogged on by my cousins a couple years ago at a Christmas party when I used the word mog. And they said, "Aren't you a little too old to be using that word?" I was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. The term mog has been around for probably 10 plus years." Okay, it didn't just come around with clavicular and all this shit. The maxing part, I think, no, that's also been around for a while. What's the other term they use? I guess the looks max. That's new. That's kind of a new term, looks maxing. But adding maxing onto things, I guess, has been around. It's the thing is like Gen Z slang is this weird. It's Gen Z pigeon, right? This is like weird twist between like AAVE, right? Like African American vernacular or whatever, and internet slang. It's like, it honestly becomes like a whole new language. I said that to someone too. I always forget, you know, interacting with the normies. I think I'm an extremely online individual. I thought I'm online. I'm on the internet. I thought I was on the internet like a normal amount, but when I interact with some people weren't even that much older than me, like a few years older than me. They'll be like, "What the hell are you even talking about?" Some girl at work was talking about her ex or something, was replying to her stories, watching her stories and replying to them or something like that. I said, oh, so bro is like simping on the TL, like hardcore. And she's like, "What?" I was like, "What did I say? What did I say?" She's like, "What did you even just say right there?" And I'm like, I thought simping was a pretty normal term. And I thought TL, like timeline, I thought it was just pretty normal. But she completely had no, she's like, "What the hell? Do you know what this means?" And then I had to go into that whole thing about explaining what simping was. But it's just interesting to see like the difference is, it is generational, but it's also mostly, it's not like naturally generational. Like a lot of it is just online shit. And so in that regard, if you find somebody, I think there's a preponderance of people in Gen Z who talk like this, who talk in this kind of slang, like bruh, TL, like that kind of shit. But you also will find, I think, a little more variety throughout the generations, because it's almost like it's dictated by how much you're on the internet. And I think that largely goes with people who are younger, right? Younger people are on the internet more and in certain circles more than older generations, but that doesn't necessarily exclude the older generations. So it's an interesting thing, because like I said, I'm like, dude, mogging and maxing and TL and simp, like these are internet terms. And they've kind of been co-opted by Gen Z, and they're like, "Oh, Gen Z's like, only young people use these terms." And it's like, nah, dude, like we're all on the internet. On the internet, your age doesn't really matter. You know, like you have more like fluidity, I think. There's more fluidity on the internet. Anonymity and all that. And I think you can adopt languages. You can adopt the internet language and internet culture no matter what age you are, really. I think it is easier though for younger people too, obviously, but I think don't limit us extremely online individuals. You know, we're a part of the internet culture. We create the internet culture, maybe even more so than you people do. But it's just weird. It's becoming a language in and of itself. And there is very much a stark difference, I think, between people. I've felt where people, people even my own age, they also don't fall into that category a lot of times, because it just depends on how much you're on the internet, really, and what you do on the internet too. If you're just surfing Facebook and you're only really interacting with your friends from high school or some shit, like, or your family members, like, yeah, you're never going to encounter these phrases. But if you're somebody who is inquisitive and you're delving into different areas on the internet, on specifically like X too is like a big one. I noticed that too. A lot of people who are on X are like mad internet brained, and they're talking. They have the new speak, right? But it's just interesting because like the younger generations used to have their own little catchphrases and whatnot. But I guess those might have been created too by culture, by like the mass media culture. But it was way more focused, way more directed, and way more localized in a lot of ways. I think whereas now it's kind of just this general broad blanket. In a lot of ways, it gets co-opted as Gen Z, but it's just internet because Gen Z is the internet generation. Wiggers aren't a new thing. Yeah, but it's like not even like it's that, but it's mixed with memes, internet culture. It's not just wiggers. Is wigger a slur? Is that even a slur? God forbid a white boy do a little wiggering around, right? God forbid.
I mean, I think situational awareness, as they call it. I mean, I think, yeah, but I don't think it should have to be like that, you know?
I guess every generation has their lingo. Yeah, but what I'm saying is I think that this lingo is much more, it's translated, I think, more throughout the generations than any other lingo has been because of the rise of the internet and it being the lingo of the internet. Like, I don't use that language because I'm hanging out with a bunch of Gen Z people. I don't use that language. It's not like it's beholden to Gen Z or the younger generations because I'm like cusp Gen Z millennial. It's because we're all on the fucking internet. And in some sense, it's like you don't even you really are just speaking a whole other language, newspeak than the people who are not tapped in, who are not ascended internet users, right? They don't understand. The way I talk to terminally online people is completely different compared to people who aren't. Yeah, dude, yeah. I like. Yeah, there's something to that. There's something about that I think is interesting. I'd like to delve more into that, like the creation of it. I think that's largely what's going on with a lot of this like looks maxing, mog maxing lingo that these people are using. It's like there's some of it is like it's trying to create a culture because a culture largely is dictated by its language. That's like one of the building blocks of culture. So you have this stark divide. If we create these terms that normies and people who don't use the internet, they don't understand, then you've created your own culture in a lot of ways. Or at least laid the foundations for one of the main building blocks of that culture. She mog on my looks till I max. Yo, based apartment?
Like, it's kind of dumb. Lori, Mom, I bet you are protective
we
mama
don't
bear.
know. Yes, of course. I mean, he was only 11 feet away from me when this happened, maybe 12 feet. It's absolutely horrifying. And he's had nightmares. We don't know. Hopefully we are fine, and there's nothing more to come. And his little brother, who's 11, who saw everything as well, seeing his brother's neck split open.
What the fuck?
There might be some trauma, and we're very upset.
Well, I can't even imagine.
What the fuck is that? This kid is just like, that's the flip side, right? That's the flip side of the internet. Is that you're going to create all these like emotionally stunted psychopaths, right? That kid, he's talking about violence. He's had violence committed on him. His mom's acting all like grieved and whatnot. He's just like, Smiling, doesn't give a shit, cares more about the camera, how he comes off on the camera. Look at that. He's even doing the Jijachad jawline kind of thing going on here. What the fuck? That's the flip side. That's the flip side. When you generate culture that is not directly based in human interaction and social norms, right? You're going to get people who are devoid of those things, of those niceties that we have worked so hard for years to try and instill in people, right? Your tone and looking people in the eyes. We talk about the Gen Z stare, saying good morning, saying, good afternoon, saying, how are you doing? That kind of stuff. Just general pleasantries. That shit, who does any of that shit on the internet? None of that. We get right to the point. Everything's shortened down. Everything is direct. Everything is immediate. Hyper efficient. In some sense, it feels like there is a earnestness, seriousness, emotional kind of connection, emotions in general seem to, in a lot of ways, take a back seat. Because those are like, it's almost like you don't ever want to seem like you care too much. Irony is such a big thing, right? Irony bros, the irony poisoned generations. And some of that, I think, is largely in part because the readily available information and this kind of notion that it seems like everything has been discovered, everything is known, there's no truth out there to be revealed or to strive for or to work towards. It's kind of just laid bare on Wikipedia, on X, wherever. And every stone has been turned over. And so why would you act serious you only act serious towards things that require seriousness. But if we literally know everything, there's almost like there's no stake in it. There's nothing real to pursue, right? You're kind of just like floating. No, like kind of being part of this hive mind, knowing it all. And then the next layer to that is then it's just, if there's no sacredness, if there's no seriousness behind things, then you do just kind of fall back to irony and making fun of everything. I don't know, this is off the top of my head, so I'm kind of just riffing here, but yeah, there's something to that where, and I can't, there's also an element to like the robotic futuristic element to it where emotions are a deeply human thing, right? Humans have emotions. And to be serious, to have emotions, to be human, as we're moving forward into the, technological age, it is almost, maybe not consciously, but subconsciously, maybe a thing of the past, seeming like, okay, this type of stuff is a thing of the past. This is outdated, acting this way, acting like a human, acting serious about anything. I don't know. Because this kid, like literally, if he has violence brought upon him and he's acting all like smug and shit and all like memeing on the camera, like, I don't know, man. It's weird. Because like, I feel like there's like a certain level of seriousness that comes with the unknown, right? Comes with striving to know. Moving from a kind of known position to an unknown position kind of requires a level of seriousness because you can't really afford to go into things. You can't afford to go into battle, right? With the unknown, laughing at it, making fun of it, because you don't know what the hell it is. You're going in with a sense of earnestness and discovery. But if everything is already laid bare for you and you know it all, like the only point, the last avenue to kind of walk down would be humor. But I mean, irony isn't even always humor, but is there any new lingo that doesn't generate online now? Good point. That's a good point. I know. That scar was gnarly. Holy moly. Yeah. Sometimes when I watch young people react to much older good movies, they may comment that it's too slow. Yeah. Yeah, that could be a part of it too, is that emotions are kind of fickle and difficult to understand. It's not as efficient, right, as this lingo online. Your emotions aren't efficient at all. But in order to be a good human, in order to be, a virtuous person, you have to do some introspection and reflection and take time out of your day to think, why do I act like that? Why do I do that? And maybe that's why this generation also points people towards therapy. You got to go to therapy. Because it's this time where you're supposed to go and it's allotted and slotted for you to think about yourself. Think about introspect. But a lot of the language online is very efficient, right? So much of it is just shortened down. Like I said, TL, right? That's just 2 letters to understand a timeline, right? Stuff like that. Everything is just like completely shortened up, devoid of emotion, devoid of inefficiencies, moving us towards more of a mechanicalized robotic brain. I like all the new words as long as there isn't already a word in old dictionaries that means the same thing. That's tough to, how could, that's a tall order. Because it's means the same thing. Like, I'm thinking of like mogging or maxing, right? These words kind of already have like, mogging would be like, kind of like, not overbearing, but like, what's the word? Like, you're overpowering somebody in a way. You're stunting on someone. Maxing is to max out, is to the pinnacle, the peak. But they just are more efficient, right? They're more efficient than what I'm trying to explain what they mean. But it's like, if I say mog, if I say maxing, it's like you understand it instantly what he's trying to talk about. It's just like it's like taking all these terms in this kind of understanding of things, and it's shortening it down and compartmentalizing it into one word. Like, I'm stream maxing right now, guys. I'm stream maxing. I'm about to hunger max in a minute. I'm coffee maxing. I coffee max every day. People are constantly being entertained and maybe don't take time to reflect away from social media. No, they don't. They do not. Faster. It's got to be faster, quicker. I don't know. I saw that and I related to it because I just had an interaction with a coworker like this. All right, let's move along. We got Lindy Man here. I really love this idea he's come up with, this payoff space, consistency space distinction. We talked about this, I don't know, maybe a month or 2 ago. And I kind of want to revisit it a little bit because I think it's very appropriate. But a lot of people don't understand it. They think, specifically when it comes to work, if you've ever talked to anybody who works, any normies who work, they just see work as like this one thing, this one, like, you have different jobs, yeah, but like work is just work, right? And a lot of times you'll have people give advice who are in the payoff space to people who are in the consistency space. And they'll tell you, why don't you should be doing this. You should be doing, and it doesn't translate because the payoff space is largely forward thinking. It's largely more fluid. There's less consistency, really. There's less that you have to be attached to in every moment. You are basically working towards, like a salesman would be working towards a big pitch and trying to land a deal and land, right? So he's thinking about the future. He's theorizing. He's got all this time to, all the his immediate surroundings, his immediate day to day is kind of filled up with whatever he wants. It's as long as he hits that payoff and he gets that done, he's good. Whereas there's a lot of people, more of the, I think, blue collar, more of the, fast food industry, more these types of people, their value is in their consistency. It's not how much your payoff. It's not the one thing. Oh, and I hit the goal. I hit the final shot before the buzzer and that's it. It's like, no, dude, you just got to show up. And you got to be basically a warm body and do your thing every day. And you do that 8 hours a day and you're chained there until you die. That's very different psychologically, things going on here. And the job I have now, I realize it's kind of a combination of both, which is interesting, which is why I think I like it, is that I think the consistency space it's much more daunting. It's boring. It's basically the same repetitive shit over and over again, which I have some of that in my job. But I also have elements that are of the payoff space where somebody needs something and they need it by Friday. Can you do it? Right? Can you do it? Somebody calls and says, Jake, we need this. Can you do this for me? I need it by Thursday. Can you do it? And it's like, yes, I will do it. And, it's kind of changing. It's a changing environment, the payoff space is in a lot of ways. And it's like it's a beast. It's kind of like a new animal you have to tackle every day. You really have to, you have like a new landscape, a new goal you have to achieve. And I think that's largely what people would like to get to, right? A lot of people in the consistency space, they want to get to the payoff space. And people in the payoff space they never want to go back to the consistency space. Fuck that. Because I think the consistency space is largely limits your freedom to do things. You can kind of come, like the salesmen at work, they come in and out as they please, really. Which is, annoying sometimes, but I get it. I get it. They're in a different realm than I am. And I don't necessarily want to do that, right? I've had people have told me, you should be a salesman. Nah, I don't really want to do that. I know the coin. I know the flip side of being a salesman. I've done that before. It's a load of crap. Anyways. So we got Mark Cuban here. Let's check this out.
You only have to be right one time. You don't have to figure it all out in advance. You can be wrong. You can pick the wrong career. You can pick the wrong job. You can pick the wrong spouse. You can pick the wrong whatever. But you get it right one time, you're set. But if you don't try, you'll never get that one time. You only have to be right one time.
I think that's part of it too, is I think our lives, the general kind of evolution of humanity was very much payoff space oriented. Like I think our minds are this is what we do, right? Hunter-gatherer times, it was very much, can you find food and shelter for today? Can you fight off this bear or something, right? This is payoff. And if you do, you win. You hit it. You hit the high. It's the risk and reward, right? That's like immediate and it's there. And can you do it? And if you do it, you get the riches, right? You get it all. I think that's largely what we've kind of evolved to be like. But modern society has introduced the consistency space, which is like you have a guaranteed, you know what you're doing. And it's security. You know what you're going to be doing. You know where you can go to clock in, whatever. You know all the ins and outs, and you just got to be there. You just got to show up and do the job. So there's like, I understand that. Like there is some value in that, but I think that most people's minds are oriented around, I need to do this one thing. I need to hit this one thing. Hit it big, like the lottery, right? I think that's why a lot of these people, when you find they're in the consistency space, they're also very much outside of work. They're like big into like gambling and in the lottery and whatnot, and trying to hit it big elsewhere. But yeah, I don't know. Doom scroll, that's a great word that has a meaning which we understand and experience, and there's no old word we could have used. Yeah, that's a good one. Stupid normies working, right? What is he saying? I think the opposite. You only need to get it wrong one time in life and you're toast. You only need to get it wrong one time. Depends on what you're getting wrong. Because I honestly think even in times where you're wrong or there's a fuck up or something bad happens to you, even in that you can use that to your advantage because you learn from it. As long as you don't die from it. I mean, you learn from it. And in some sense, that in and of itself is an element of the payoff space, because it's like, can you overcome this? And if you overcome this, then you're better off for it and you're stronger. I don't know. There's give and takes. Yeah, I think the consistency space is much more secure. The payoff space is much more erratic. But there's more reward, but there's more risk, right? In the consistency space, there's like none of that. It's just like stagnant. He said spouse, career. I guess he's thinking wholly like a spouse. He's thinking, if you find the right one, that's it. It's taking you to the moon. If you find the right career, that's it. It's taking you to the moon. Like maybe he's thinking like the floor is always the floor, but the ceiling is forever. I don't know. I have no idea. The central fallacy of online advice is that people in payoff space, a tiny percentage of the population, are giving out tips to people in the 4HL consistency space. The advice is harmful when it crosses domains. You typically see in the form of posts like this as well, same routine that does not factor in people working a job or commuting for 8 to 10 hours a day. 6 morning rules. Get up early. No phone for the first hour. Take a walk. Sit with a journal. Do the important things first. Be happy you woke up alive. No. You don't have time for any of that shit. A lot of people who have never worked in the 4HL consistency space and just went to payoff space and got successful find the consistency space horrifying, but they don't get is it is just another domain with its own rules. It's not a nightmare. Interesting. Okay.
Don't get me wrong. This is way better than a wage job. I'm not even going to front, okay? If I had to drag myself out of bed every day in the morning, I think I would commit suicide. I literally cannot even conceive of how people do that, because it is like my least favorite things in the world. I hate waking up when I don't want to. I hate getting out of bed when I don't want to. I hate...
That's something else I've realized is people who are in the payoff space, the more you rise through the payoff space, the worse your sleep schedule is. A lot of these people, streamers and whatnot, people who have no schedule, they're like eternal night owls.
Getting ready when I don't want to, all separately. I hate waking up. And then the worst part is like getting out of bed. And then you got to like stand under water. It's like they hate us. They hate us. They want us to be miserable. They made it so that every day you have to be awakened by a machine, by the most unpleasant sounds. Rant, rant, rant. Every day. Like, who designed this system? You're sleeping, you're having a dream, you're having a sex dream, you're having a dream where you're, you're living the dream. And then this like machine, it's designed to be a nuisance, startles you awake. It literally startles you awake out of a restful, peaceful slumber. Okay, get out of bed. And then you gotta go to the bathroom, blast it in the face with water. Gotta get ready for your goy job. Pack a lunch. People pack a lunch.
Hey, I do that. I meal prep.
People are putting perishable food inside of plastic containers, inside of paper bags. Getting dressed at the crack of dawn. It's freezing cold outside. Get in your car. Okay, so it's been 30 minutes since you were violently awakened, since you were violently startled awake. You have taken a shower, you've packed your lunch, you're drinking your stimulants to keep you awake so you can work harder. Now it's time to get in a lumpy ass car seat and get in traffic for 70 minutes. Now you get onto the entrance ramp and you just see one car after another. You go 3 miles an hour, go into an office with fluorescent lights and a drop ceiling and a bunch of fat, ugly people. And then it's the sights and sounds of the office. Plastic finishes, the sound of an office phone. The sound of an office phone, I don't know how you don't all just kill each other. If I had to go to an office every day and hear that like the office phone, at a certain point, it would just be like Kill Bill. It would trigger me and I would kill everyone in my immediate vicinity. If I heard that 6 million times in a year, I think the next time I heard it, I would just take an office scissors and just start stabbing everybody in the neck. I think I would just start slamming people inside the copy machine, stapling people in the face to death, impaling people with the forklift. I don't know how you guys do it.
Something else too is the payoff space people don't understand. Like he's saying, there's just another consistency space is just another domain. There's just different. It's just a different way that you get by. And one of those ways, I think he talked about it in the last time we covered this, is that people in the consistency space need like little pleasures. They need like little breaks. They need like little things. They need to DoorDash. They need to get their coffee in the morning to break up the monotony a little bit, to say, okay, I'm doing this. I'm focused on this consistently. I just need somebody else to focus on that one time right now. Okay, my coffee's made. So people like Kevin O'Leary or whoever, you know, Mark Cuban will be like, you don't get the coffee. You don't go buy lunch. You make your own. And it's like, okay, so there's another thing on my plate I have to do. Another thing I have to be consistent in. Can I just have one thing that I don't have to be consistent in? For the payoff space people, they're like, yeah, I'll just make my own coffee and make my own lunch and bring it to work, because their job isn't, it's not dictated by being chained to a desk or something. And like I said, everybody strives to get to that payoff space, because the consistency space is just like, you are on somebody else's time. Like he's saying, you have to go in. You basically relinquished your freedom to these people in the moment, so you can have freedoms elsewhere, right? Getting a paycheck, having money, I can pay for my rent, I can pay to go out to eat and whatnot. So you're sacrificing it now for later, for pleasures later, or you're trying to. But the payoff people, they don't live like that. And I have times at work where it's like, I do little things here and there. I'm basically in my office where I'm at. It's like I'm by myself, but sometimes, occasionally, salespeople will come down and wander around, and they'll just shoot the shit for like hours, dude. Hours. And sometimes I'm like, can you guys leave so I can go back to work? But then there's other times where sometimes I shoot baskets at work, right? Sometimes I shoot crumpled up stuff because it's fun, right? I'm trying to keep fun alive while I have to be consistent. I'm trying to get through the monotony of the consistency space. And they don't understand. They're like, why is there a piece of trash on the ground? I don't understand. Why don't you act proper all the time? It's like, all the time, bro? You're not even here for more than fucking 4 hours a day. You go home. You get to sit there with your gut hanging out, making phone calls. I have to sit here in these clothes, in this position for 8 hours a day. It's a little different. I'm taking the fucking shot. I'm ordering out. Not all the time, but every once in a while, just to have a break, just to have a reprieve. Because you got to be consistent in your personal life too, if you want to not be a homeless bum. You have to also be consistent when you go home. You have to do your laundry. You have to clean up. You have to do this stuff as well. So you're kind of like always in this mode of consistency. It's just that I think it feels better when it's your own shit. When you're doing it for other people, that's what it feels like to me. It's like, I'm being consistent for you right now. And any little slips I can do, any little pleasures I can have, I'm going to take that when I can. He shits on some of like the other more like hardcore workers, kind of more of like the people who do more of the grunt work, where they are like, and I get it, man. I'm like, he'll be like, why didn't they do XYZ? I don't understand. Why don't they care about every little intricate how it looks and how everything. And I'm like, that's not really what their main focus is, functionality and getting the job complete, because you know what? They have 15 other ones they got to do behind them. I don't understand. It's just like taking pride in your work. And I'm like, yeah, you know, if they only had one thing to worry about a day, they could probably take more time and have more pride in their work. But it's like, dude, you're just churning them out when you just have to be consistent and keep it up, keep it going, keep it going. It's like, there's some things you're just going to have to, push off. You're going to have to say, look, that's less important, right? You have to have like a hierarchy of importance. It's not one thing that you're trying to achieve in a week. You're doing a billion things a day. The general public lets people in the payoff space have too much influence over them. People who made it big once and have an interesting story to tell turn out to have little value to provide after. People who made it big once and have an interesting story to tell turn out to have very little to provide after. Belfort. Oh, like Jordan Belfort. They also, a lot of times, people who make it big real quick, they lose it real quick as well a lot of times. I'm a manager at a public utility, and it's definitely a consistency space where I work. I've had to start taking anti-anxiety medication. From being berated over inconsequential things like forwarding my boss the wrong email or asking the wrong person a question. Oh, man. The payoff space is just much more, I think, you-oriented. It's much more freedom-oriented. You get it done. Get it done. You. I'm counting on you. But, like, the consistency space is like you're in this you're a cog in this interconnected machine, and you are always being kind of trotted upon by the system, by the man. In the same way, if you can afford to be wrong for long enough, your time will come. Yeah, that'd be the floor, right? The floor is just you're dead. You screwed up too many times, you're dead. But the ceiling is, hey, you can be freaking going to the moon. You could be Elon Musk going to the moon. It's whatever your heart desires. If you make it, if you do it once, right? Like he said, like Mark Cuban said, if you do it once, you can make it to the moon. If you do it wrong, but even wrong, it's like, it's not one time usually. It's like you're getting wrong in a billion different areas. It kind of starts to spread, and eventually then it just consumes you, and then that's the end. The world we live in is very unnatural and out of sync with natural rhythms. Many days I just want to live like a street addict without the drug addiction. Many people do live like that. That's the system, man. That's what they said, right? I think Kaczynski said that, where he's like, the system is going to be forcing you to fit into it, which is going to cause you immense psychological pain. And that's going to cause people to take anti-anxiety medication because it's natural. It's not natural. It's wholly unhuman. Like he's saying, getting up at this time and being forced to go out. Well, people used to just get up when the sun came up. Before the invention of the alarm clock, people would just wake up when the sun came up. Because the sun was it was a natural, where your circadian rhythm was linked up to it. Now it's like you will get up before the crack of dawn, even earlier than you would normally. But also people were up really late because of the stimulants, because they have to go and do the shit, and they have to go. That's something I've noticed too. If I drink coffee throughout the day, like I stopped drinking coffee at like noon, but it's like I get up. I drink coffee because I'm forced to get up, because I'm forced to go to my job, because I'm forced to make money to pay for anything. Whereas if you we lived in more of a natural communal type society, I think it would be more Not that it's on your time, because I mean, nature's going to come for you, right? But it would be more, I don't know. It would feel more natural and feel more important. It would feel more immediate. It would feel the risk reward would be more immediate. And there would be like in a lot of ways, it'd be like a natural force compulsion to do these things, rather than now it's like, I don't want to do it. I don't care about doing it, but I have to wrap my mind around wanting to do it to just be able to afford rent. Like, who the fuck wants to work? And when I mean work, I don't mean like survival. I don't mean natural, like creating things, building things. I don't even mean like work. Like if you're an artist or you're doing a hobby, like that's work, but it's like different types of work, like religious, being a religious too, like that takes a lot of work, but it's not the same type of work. When I say work, TM work, right? It's like you're going to like a Fortune 500 business. You're doing the shit that they want you to do, that they're imposing on you with their rules, with their strictures, with all their shit. Very little freedom involved. It's like nobody wants to do that shit. Well, why don't you want to be more prim and proper? And why don't you want to rise the corporate ladder? Well, because I see the people at the top of that shit. And they're fucking whack jobs. They're psychopaths. That's the dark triad, bro. I don't want to be part of that. The narcissists. You can find out a lot about, that's something about life, is that if you want to make a decision on what to do, look at the people who are the most revered and most successful in that position and say, do I want to be that person? Like that, if that's the pinnacle, do I want to be that person? How that person acts, how that person operates, what that person does, do I care about being at that position? And if you're like, no, I don't care about that, then don't do the fucking thing. Don't take that path. That's something I realized. It's like CEOs, all these people, all these whack jobs, we're finding out about the Epstein files, all these people. It's like what they're into, what they're doing, how they act, how they operate. It's like, do I want to be part of it? Do I want to be that? Do I want to rise up this hierarchy and work really hard to be a psychopathic kid diddler, right? To be a banker or something? Like, nah, I don't think so, man. Honestly, all these people, I hate talking to people who are like, who, they're like more higher up, the higher ups at work. It's like, anyways, let's move along. Okay, did anybody see this? Les Wexner. We're gonna cover this real quick. We got a couple Whitney Webb clips that she came out of retirement or whatever the fuck. I don't even know where she was for so long, but she did an interview with Kim Iverson recently, first interview of 2026, which is weird because Epstein shit is her like bread and butter. So I'm surprised she didn't cover that at all. It's taken, I don't know what she's doing. Maybe she's got shit going on in her personal life. I have no idea. I think she's got a kid. So, but Les Wexner, he's got a whole deposition online. It's like 4.5 hours long. If anybody's interested, he very much connected to Epstein. Epstein was his financier, banker. He is the, Ohio's very own, right? He came from Dayton, Ohio, I think he was born in Dayton, but then he was like the mogul of Columbus. He bought Victoria's Secret, Bed Bath & Beyond. He was the CEO of that. And so very, very big guy, very connected guy. And apparently this is like the guy, if you're in Ohio, if you're in Ohio politics or anything, like this is the guy you have to go to because he'll fundraise and I believe he even donated to JD Vance's campaign. So, but this was an interesting clip that he had where he's talking to, I'm not even sure who he's talking to, a lawyer of some sort. They're questioning him. And he basically starts getting into all this stuff with the Rothschilds and saying Jeffrey Epstein basically is there for the Rothschilds. He is the Rothschilds, right? And his lawyer leans over and whispers something to him. So let's take a look.
Personal work for the Rothschild family in France. Well, specifically, I talked to Ellie de Rothschild, and so I mentioned that earlier. So he represented their whole families. There had been a whole bunch of people. I mean, most of them I never would have met, but I knew LA. He would say, like, I'm providing financial advice to the founders of Google. I'm providing financial advice to Jeff Bezos. Answer the question. Okay.
Answer the question.
Work.
Answer the question.
Rothschild family and
He literally did the Michael Scott thing. He literally did that, dude. And Les Wexner's attorney, I will kill you. So apparently he's naming names he should not be naming. So Jeff Bezos is taking financial advice from the Rothschilds and Jeffrey Epstein. Interesting. Interesting. Let that slip. Talking a little too much there.
You have Epstein fronting.
So now we got Whitney Webb here. She was on, I think this is Kim Iverson. Or redacted. I think that, okay. But anyway, she's talking about Les Wexner and Rothschild's banking dynasty.
You have Epstein,
which the files did say
for,
that. Epstein in the files said, I represent the Rothschilds, which is very enlightening. But I think people kind of already knew.
You have Epstein fronting for a broader network. And so keeping the focus on Epstein, I mean, it's important, obviously, to understand what he was doing. But we have to understand, too, and what I've endeavored to show is that he was fronting for a larger group that still very much have their claws over the U.S. government. And obviously the future of the U.S. and much more. And so we should pay attention to that and also not become so distracted by searching for things in the files that we, ignore the fact that, for example, Israel, who is very involved with Epstein and allegedly used contraband and blackmail to manipulate U.S. policy, has been trying for decades to get the U.S. to go to war with Iran on that behalf. That could very well happen. So let's not forget to pay attention to other
that's probably
things
happening soon.
And be, fall into get distracted at a time when, the people that Epstein helped serve, among other groups, might be finally getting what they want at a major cost for American lives and money and obviously other civilian lives, among other things. I guess there's a lot more I could say too, but ultimately, I think there's a lot more needs to be done in investigating Epstein's activities as it relates to finances. There's a lot of ties to various financial crises, efforts to short currencies around the world. He was a known Forex trader. He worked with a lot of currency traders and had connections to them. People like Jimmy Goldsmith, for example. And others that were referred to by the New York Times in the 90s as a cabal of, currency traders that were basically destroying whole economies. And pretty much everyone in that cabal has ties to the Rothschild banking dynasty, which Epstein in these recent files acknowledge he represents. But that's quite clear that was the case. If you read my book, Robert Maxwell openly fronted for them, among other interests. And so if we don't follow these threads, as I've been saying, away from Epstein and higher up, he was being puppeteered by people, and he was obviously of use to them. I think the narrative that Epstein was an idiot and all of this, maybe he didn't use good grammar in emails, but he was obviously sought out for his abilities in, illicit finance and, smuggling, among other things. So I think, it's important to keep all of that in mind if we actually want to understand what was going in here and have any meaningful pursuit of justice.
Yeah, I think there's something, people who say that, they're like, yeah, Epstein was really dumb. Like they watch his interviews, like the one with Bannon, and they're like, yeah, Epstein was really stupid. He didn't know what he was talking about. But I think he obviously knew something about, like she said, illicit financing, right? Like illegal activities. He obviously knew something about that. But also, I think he wasn't he was more of a bird's eye view. He seemed like he had a little bit of knowledge on a bunch of different shit. And I think that allowed him to be this kind of connector. I mean, we're reading all these emails and he's like, he knows every single person ever, like basically. And you're like, what? And there's a certain type of knowledge that goes in that. It's maybe not very deep knowledge, like when he talks about philosophy or general, you know, it seems like some of the other stuff like banking and stuff, it was like, what are you talking about? Or like medical stuff, biological stuff. It was like people kind of were like, what are you talking about? But he's got kind of this holistic kind of bird's eye view of things. And I feel like somebody in his position he was like this focal point. He was like this fulcrum, right? And everybody else was around him. And he was like the connector, right? Like they're saying, he represented the Rothschilds. He represented a higher, you know, banking dynasty. And they would probably go to him to say, hey, Jeffrey, we need somebody to help us cover up this. Who would we go to? And then he would go and do his Rolodex of 1 billion people to have the knowledge, to have the wherewithal to meet those people, to rise up the social ladder. It's like a social intelligence. He had that ability, but also he knows exactly who you need at a certain time, and you can get you in contact with them immediately. I think there's an intelligence there that I think people overlook. Now, you might not have a lot of knowledge about individual things, but he has this kind of general social intelligence that I think is very valuable. Clearly, I think they kept him around for that. Maybe he also had a way with getting people to, you know, like at parties and stuff. Maybe he had a way at getting people to do things there, right? Something that other people might not have. A social intelligence that kind of would move people in the direction of whatever the Rothschilds or whoever, right, is pulling the strings once. Because if you've seen those clips with him and Donald Trump, it's like he's very much like, they're like party guys, right? Like he's having a good time, and I don't know. I think maybe there's something there. But he did not strike me as dumb. He didn't strike me maybe as super knowledgeable over the things he was talking about, but I don't think he was dumb. And so he's got another clip here about Les Wexner. Les Wexner claims to be possessed. He claims to be possessed by a Dybbuk. Now, if you don't know what a Dybbuk is, it's basically like a Jewish Yiddish term for a demon. And he's claimed about this since he was a kid. It's come and gone. It was something that really, it stirs up this kind of feeling in him to be a devouring person, right? A greedy person. He says it was really, really big when he was young. It kind of faded away when he was a teenager. And then it came back when he was in his 40s for him to go and devour and to do more and take more and take more. And so let's see what she's talking about.
What Wexner is interested in, by his own admission, according to this New York Magazine interview that he gave in the 1980s, is accumulating more and more power and control. And the reason he says that in that article, it's so crazy you have to go and read it, is because he considers himself demonically possessed by what he calls a Dybbuk, which is the Yiddish term for a demonic possession. And he says he had it when he was a child, it left when he was a teen, and then when he was 40, it returned to him and makes him want to accumulate more and more power and become more and more powerful and grow his business. So, you know, given everything we know, that's just the icing on the cake, as it were. What Wexner is interested in, by his own admission,
very interesting. Very interesting. He admits I'm possessed by a demon. And he even we have this article here, says it in the first sentence. On the morning Leslie Wexner became a billionaire, he woke up worried, but this was not unusual. Second sentence. He always wakes up worried because of his Dybbuk, which pokes and prods and gives him the itchiness of the soul that he calls spilkus, which I looked it up as a Yiddish term that means like uneasiness, restlessness. So very, very weird, man. He met his Dybbuk again when he climbed Vale Mountain and changed his life. What the hell, man? And now perhaps it is time to reintroduce Leslie Wexner's Dybbuk, the demon that always wakes him up in the morning and tweaks and pulls at him. When he was a boy, his father called it tummel, a churning, so he feels molten and unformed, pricked by these spiritual pins and needles. He met this demon again when he was 40 and already worth $500 million. When he climbed the mountain in front of his house in Vale and almost froze to death and decided to change his life, this demon he calls terminal spilkus, which makes him wander from house to house, repeating the pattern of his childhood on a luxurious scale, wanting more, swallowing companies larger than his own. Wow. People admit it. These people admit it. They're possessed by demons. And then you got freaking Michael Tracy coming out here calling people crazy. God, you people are totally batshit insane. He literally admitted it in the article. What the fuck are you talking about? She's just repeating what he said. Today's insane conspiracy theory is tomorrow's front page news or mental illness. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Just because you have another term to place on it doesn't mean that doesn't mean what she's saying is false. He literally claimed that it was a demon. You could say it's mental illness. Okay, we have a modern term for it. And even Roy Raymond, who he bought Victoria's Secret off of, even claimed that he was like the devil incarnate. Let me see if I have this quote pulled up. Yes, I got it right here. In 1982, Wexner spent $105 million to purchase the much larger Lane Bryant and acquired the lingerie business Victoria's Secret from Roy Raymond for an undisclosed amount of stock and $1 million, with Raymond later describing Wexner as very guarded, stating, quote, "When I met him, it was as if he met the devil." Bro. That's just his insatiable hunger for greed, I guess. That's just normal. I guess it's just normal. It's like the guy who bought Victoria's Secret, the founder of Victoria's Secret, even like corroborating, like, yeah, this guy is like something with the devil, right? This guy is somehow connected to the demonic world. But Michael Tracy just be like, no, dude, it's just mental illness. No, dude, it's just a case of the farts. I was going to do some Michael Tracy shit today because like him and Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer, interestingly enough, there's an interesting cadre there of people who are coming out trying to belittle and talk down a lot of this Epstein stuff. Now, I think that people can go too far. Obviously, this is the problem, is that I think there needs to be a line somewhere when you're making all these crazy claims. It's like we need to have some evidence for it. But knowing what we do know, when people do affirm some of the stuff, it's like, okay, like there has been proven that Epstein trafficked girls as young as 14 years old. So then people say, oh, they were children. There's children. He's a PDF file. And it's like, you know, that's not a crazy leap to say somebody who is proven to have trafficked girls as young as 14. Hey, there might be, maybe that the younger hasn't been proven. Maybe 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 hasn't been proven yet. But this has been, and it's not that far of a leap to say, like, hey, maybe they went even younger. But like Nick will come out and say, no, dude, this is crazy. We need to like have the distinction here between hebephilia and PDFphilia. And it's like, okay, we're not making a random claim about random people. We're not just randomly picking somebody out of the crowd and saying that guy trafficked 10-year-old girl, 8-year-old girls, 8-year-old children. We're saying Jeffrey Epstein, who we know has trafficked girls as young as 14, we suspect he's doing even younger. And given all this preponderance of evidence that people are claiming things, people are saying, you get weird. Leslie Wexner, longtime associate, saying he's possessed by a demon. It's like, okay, you know, maybe it's not so far-fetched that people are taking this a little bit further than what the courts have said or the mainstream media has said. But they want to just keep it at this point and say, that's it. You can say that's all that's been proven and that's fine. But again, they totally rule out and attack and slander and throw people out the window. Michael Tracy's literally saying you people are batshit insane to Whitney Webb. Whitney Webb has written some crazy good books about One Nation Under Blackmail. That's one of her books. About Epstein, about all these, like, and she's fucking smart as shit about this stuff. She talks about Palantir. She talks about Peter Thiel. But then he wants to come on and over this thing, this is it. This is the hill he wants to die on, is the Epstein shit. He's going to say, you people are insufferable. When the claims being made, I feel like aren't even that out of the realm of possibility for what we already do know. Same with Nick. And then doubling down and tripling down and memifying it and creating like that shit to me is just like, dude, you need there needs to be some discernment and wisdom here. And I feel like, man, if you are found out to be wrong, like we need to throw that shit. We need to throw you and Michael Tracy under the bus. But again, I understand people take things way too far. They want to go into crazy zone like Candace. I get that. And there does need to be a line, but I don't think that some of these claims that they're saying are crazy or that far over the line. Did you see him making faces when Epstein, I'm sorry. Did you see the clip of him making faces when they asked him if he had sexual relationship with Epstein? No, I did not. Should I look that up? Les Wexner Epstein. Is it good? Is it something good? I want to like face or what is he? Does he make a face? King of Sheba, send it if you can. DM me if you can. This shit is so fucking like, dude, he's wearing this while he's talking. Like, I don't know, man. It's like a little much. It's a little too much. Oh yeah, and they recruited models. Yeah. That's where they probably got, that was just like an endless supply of young girls that they could recruit. I don't know. I'm gonna have to DM me, King of Sheba. I'd like to see that. Now we got this clip of her. This is really long post. Holy shit. The clip's not that long now. But you got her talking about Palantir and Epstein and Ehud Barak. We watched that clip a couple weeks ago where Epstein's feeding Ehud Barak information about Palantir and Peter Thiel. And these are going to be big players. These are going to be big players in the industry. And by the way, it was not Kim Iverson. I was mistaken. That was a different video I was watching.
Argue
it was redacted.
Is that Epstein, the type of sex blackmail activity he was engaging in was no longer needed to blackmail people.
This is something I thought the same exact thing, dude. You don't even need to do this blackmail shit anymore, this scheme. You don't even need to get people, recruit young women and get people to come to a party. Like that's shit before the technological era. Now everybody has a camera on their phone, one facing you and one facing outward. And you can just download people's search history immediately and then say, hey, look, we have all the shit that you looked up. We have your face, we have your whatever. Do what we want and we're going to post it online. And I bet you that will get a lot of people. But here's the silver lining with AI is that you can just claim that wasn't me, that was AI. So maybe there's a little bit there that maybe AI is not that bad. Hey, they're faking it. They posted that. It's fake.
That stuff digitally now, and I think it's no coincidence that I argue that Epstein told Ehud Barak to check out Palantir, which I argue in my book is really you don't
total
need
information awareness.
An Epstein blackmail style operation if you have Palantir operating, and there's a straight line, as I've noted in other past articles, from the Promise software scandal, which involved Israel, the CIA, this exact network, including Robert Maxwell, among other figures that pop up repeatedly in this story, all the way through Palantir's creation as a rebranding of the Bush era total information awareness.
Yeah.
How dirty is Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, and their connections with Epstein in all of this?
So I'm obviously no friend of Peter Thiel. I've been very critical of him for some time. Back in 2019, I reported about his co-investment with Jeffrey Epstein in Carbine, previously Reporty, which was headed up by Ehud Barak, and he chaired the board, but they have since rebranded after the initial Epstein story. But that has not stopped them from taking over a litany of U.S. 911 emergency call systems, which they now control, and they're run by IDF people.
Wow.
Even though they put a few token Americans on their board, it's still an IDF project, arguably a front company if you look at the other types of companies that Ehud Barak was creating with Israeli intelligence veterans in the same period that he created Reporty, now Carbine. Peter Thiel, now we have over the past year, fresh documentation showing Thiel and Epstein's direct involvement in making those investments happen. But Carbine is a direct way to create this type of surveillance system in which Palantir also excels. It no longer says this on its website, but when I reported on them, they had a functionality on their program where if you're calling 911 within a district controlled by this company, they can harvest any and all data off of your smartphone if you use one, and basically create a pre-crime system determining if you or someone near you will call 911 and commit a crime at some point in the future. And again, Palantir is built around and was always envisioned to have the same pre-crime functionality, and has
data is
clear ties to the state
we
of
could
Israel,
tell the future.
Given this new audio release that may have been forged by Epstein himself, which is certainly of great concern. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But Peter Thiel has been asked about his relationship with Epstein several times. He is a liar. And a lot of these people, I should point out, that have denied their closeness to Epstein, including figures in big tech like Elon Musk or Ehud Barak himself, or really any of these people, or Wexner, who we started with, they deny, and then proof comes out, even though what's been released is estimated to be 2% of all of what the U.S. government has on Epstein, 2%. And we know how many of these people are liars. Why are we believing them at their depositions when they're asked these softball questions and they're just like, I didn't know anything bad was happening. Why are we believing them? It's crazy. So
if you go and read, Les Wexner posted his whole deposition speech. You can go read it online, and most of it is just, I had no idea, man. I cut off ties with him as soon as I found out what was going on. I was done with him. That's what they all say. That's what every single one of them has said. Same with Bill Gates, said the same thing. Well, when I found out what was going on, that was enough for me. That was enough for me. I put my foot down. And you're like, okay, dude. Palantir has Trump, who got paid by Peter Thiel to make J.D. Vance his vice president. Absolutely. Peter Thiel is the co-founder of Palantir. He bought Vance's Senate seat for $15 million and is now Vance's owner. Buying the VP slot makes Palantir Trump's daddy. It makes not even Trump's daddy, but it makes, if it's Trump's daddy, then it's the Republicans' daddy, Republican party's daddy, right? Completely. The tech bros have just completely taken over.
If you look at what Epstein was financing and networking, he was financing and networking with the money he was presumably laundering all these different parts of the control grid. So if you look at the digital control grid, whether it's the infrastructure and
the channels of how we operate.
If you look at what's shown in these files, he is steadily financing and networking the whole infrastructure of what you're going to need to do Gaza in America.
Yep. Wow.
If you look at the control that the New York Fed member banks have, whether of the government as depository or running the exchange stabilization fund, or money going in and out, wire transferring the country, the Mossad in Israel can't do anything unless the New York Fed member banks, and therefore the CIA, are on board for it. So this can't be an independent Mossad operation without complete integration with the New York Fed member banks and the CIA. It just can't. It's the
Right.
the infrastructure is controlled by the U.S. empire. so to speak.
Yes.
But how can you, what do you do to collectivize all that information and all the networks, right? You need some sort of digital AI grid, right? That's where Palantir, I think, comes in. It collectivizes all the information and pools them together, makes control so much easier. Channels of communication, of finance, of transportation, all of this shit will just be centralized by Palantir, thus being centralized by Israel, really. That's crazy, man. Oh, man. One nation under Israel. In the 5 steps it took to get home, we decided to never associate with him again type excuses. Right. Yeah. Who said that? Was that, who was it who said that? They live like right next door. That wasn't Bill Gates who said that, was it? But they were like, we live right next door, and we just like left. And then as we were walking, we realized we don't ever want to associate with him again. Bill Clinton, I did not have relationship with that woman. I was thinking of a Bill Clinton quote today when he said, it depends on what the definition of is. That's a good one. I'm gonna have to use that. So now Linda, Alfred Alfer, posted this on X saying, now this is a man with a DIBbook if I've ever seen one. Someone's got to call the DIBbook removal service stat.
As much as 10 years ago, or more.
Dude, look at him. He's like gyrating.
You know this. No. Every decision Palantir made. FDA's
He's like
going public, building products, enterprise, large data sets, going to government.
He is so weird, man.
Superiority, being pro-meritocracy, launching an AI platform.
I'm gonna get flagged for copyright because of this. Tickling his damn ass the whole time. Holy shit, dude. Charles.
Magician of black chaos. And now I attack your face-down monster.
Man-eater bug, you
Who
stupid!
the fuck still plays man-eater bug?
I do, bitch, the look on your face!
Magician.
The DIBbook in question. Yeah, but this is all to help his mental illness. We take pills to help our mental illness. He's got demons and he's also got coke. Yeah. He's fucking out of it, man. I don't know, man. Shit, these people are whack, dude. And these people run the channels of communication, the infrastructure. I feel like people, I just got to wake up to this shit. I feel like everybody kind of already, like, especially with the Epstein stuff leaking out, even normies are like, they don't read it or they don't really know anything about it, but they like in the back of their minds are like, something's wrong here. The whole construction of the modern world is basically made by these people. And you're like, all the things I do, all the things I use are kind of funneled up to these people. Where are my taxes going again? Wait, I thought we were supposed to not pay our taxes this year. Did you guys do your taxes yet? No, if you don't do that, they'll come to your house with a gun. You're like, fuck. This is like an organized crime syndicate. This is like an organized crime syndicate. What the hell? All right, we're going to move along. I think we're actually going to skip this. The frat bro thing. Even though it is kind of interesting. Oh, maybe we could go through it real quick. Coke and demons sounds like a bad mix. Yeah. We call that a Friday night where I'm from. Yeah, I think we're going to skip this. We're going to go right into the Elijah Schaffer thing. But I'm going to take a quick second. It's 8:35. Still schizo hours, everybody. Post a schizo take in chat. Pigeon Post, I know you got a schizo take in chat. I'm going to be right back. Like the stream, comment, subscribe. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab something to drink real quick and hit the restroom. Don't you dare touch that dial.
to travel the galaxy.
We're back. We're back. That was 3 minutes. That was quick. That was pretty quick. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Follow me on X, JakeMNYT. Follow me on YouTube. Subscribe to me on YouTube, JakeMNYT. Helps me out a ton. We're back on a Friday night, February 20th. All right. Man, I'm feeling a bit like our boy here. A little cracked out. This coffee's been hitting. I guess I have been drinking coffee since like 8 this morning. I'm getting a little jittery now. I'm starting to feel like Mr. Palantir here. All right, let's move along. Let's take a look at this Elijah Schaffer. More Elijah Schaffer crash out on the TL. So a couple weeks ago, we covered him having an absolute brutal crash out on the TL, where he's talking about, he's posting videos of him in a hotel on some sort of hallucinogenic drug, some psychedelic, something. And he's looking at it was flooded, and it was, it's like kind of weird in of itself, but like he was acting very over the top about it. Then he starts posting about his car, and he got his car back. Oh, and then he starts saying he doesn't know where his family is, but he found his car and all this weird shit. And everybody was like, what the fuck is going on? Well, we basically surmised that he was probably on a bender, and he was trying to get ahead of the story that came out right after all that shit happened, which was that he and Sarah Stock, another prominent conservative trad e-girl, were sleeping together, and there was some sort of dossier that was circulating. So he was on these drugs, posting erratically, came down off of them, realized Milo was texting him, of all people, telling him, hey man, you need to you need to come back. And once you come down, he said something like, once you come down, once you get off whatever you're on, you're going to really need to come back to reality. And he did. Then he basically just doubled down on it. And let me see if I have that post. After it was all over, said and done. Oh, here's the video of him with the
But what's going on here?
tripping out.
It's very bizarre. So there's some water.
Anyways, we're not going to rehash that, but you can go watch my last video on it. Right. So then he comes out and he posts after all that shit happened, after all the Sarah Stock stuff was released, he comes out and says, thank you, Nero, which is Milo's handle, for making me famous, you snake bitch. Blood is in the water. Yeah, he's flipping the script, right? He's pulling like an Andrew Tate or whatever the hell. He's now going to be a based red pillar, masculine, Chad, Mog maxing, looks maxing, red pillar. But he posted all this shit about being in the Matrix and all this crap. Let's see if it's still up here. Yeah, right here. So he says, it's my story to tell. Thank you, Myron. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Alex Jones, Gavin, whatever. I got mad aura. Be mad. They will not get away with this. I'm not fucking leaving. Game on. And everybody's like, dude, this isn't like, you're not being prosecuted by, or persecuted. You're not being persecuted by the state or, by an oppressive tyrannical regime, right? Or the woke mass media. Help, I'm under attack by woke, right? The woke media, the woke left is trying to ruin me. It's like, no, dude. This is largely, I think, coming from the right. People on the left are just basically Fortnite dancing on his grave. That's what they're doing. They didn't even come out with the dossier. They're not even the ones who are really attacking him. It's like these are people on the right who are attacking him because he just made a fucking big mistake. And the nonstop hypocrisy that is just pouring out of this man and of Sarah Stock too. But Sarah Stock seems to be gone for now. And we'll see if she reinvents herself in a couple weeks, comes out as she's already Christian, so she can't come out as a born again, like Nala or whatever. So what is she going to do? I don't know. Maybe she should be done. Maybe she's done. Maybe she should be done. Or at least for the time being, maybe she should be done. But it's funny because Nala Ray, they did the inverse where they were bad, they were degenerate, and then they found Christ, and they're holy, and we should look up to them as thought leaders, Christian thought leaders, right? We should be looking up to these people or something. But he's doing the inverse where he was supposedly good Christian man, or at least professed to be more of a traditionalist, right? And he got caught doing something naughty, something bad, right? And then he's flipping it where he's going, well, I'm going to lean into being the bad boy. I'm just going to absorb it and be the bad guy. I'm going to be the next Andrew Tate. I guess this is what he wants to be. Look at this fucking ratio. They're 2.1 million views, only 4,000 likes and 3,000 comments. Brutal ratio. And we already went over this. Kingman Lee saying this is not it, dude. Pretending to be a trad and Christian. Again, I don't even think it's necessarily... Because if you're somebody who comes off, and I'm not going to go too far into this because I know we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but if you're somebody who comes off as you're kind of repentant Christian, you screw up and you have your problems and whatever, you're working through them, there's like something to be said about that. And I think everybody can relate to that and we can understand that. But when you have these people who come out there and they weaponize the Christian faith, the Christian religion, and just point the fingers at people all day, like who's somebody who does that really, really brutally? I mean, a lot of these people do, where they just shit on people nonstop and they weaponize Christianity to, that's like their angle, is that, oh, I'm more kind of pious than thou. I'm better than you, right? When something happens, like you're kind of holding yourself to this high standard because you're pointing at people and saying you, and you're holding yourself to this standard, or it kind of implicitly holds you to that standard, because if you're saying that, then it must mean you're some sort of moral authority on the subject or the matter, and that you have like kind of this authority to do that. But then when she finds out that you're actually not that good, right? And it's not like you slipped up, again, not like 10 years ago, like, oh, last year you're sleeping with this other girl when you have a family and children, right? That type of shit's like, okay, dude, that's grounds for people to kind of shit on you. And I think, honestly, in order to keep people in check, I think we probably should, because you do want people who actually talk the talk and walk the walk. If you're going to be somebody who is a moral authority like that, you want them to actually be moral. But another thing you find out is that people who are actually talk the talk and walk the walk, a priest or something, they don't act like that. They don't act they're usually very forgiving. They're very wise. They're very loving. They're not online. They're not in the media circuit, shitting on people nonstop. So I don't know. It's just it's like you've kind of constructed your whole identity around being a traditional Christian. And because you've done that, that's like the weapon you use against people. And it's not even, a lot of times it's not even that you're punching up, right? Like if you're punching up at people, like that's one thing, but like you're punching across and down in a lot of circumstances. So that's like another element to it. and you're weaponizing that the Christian faith that you built your platform on, or this kind of authority, this pseudo authority you have, and like that just doesn't rub people the right way when it comes out that you're actually not following that at all. Anyways, so now fast forward, all that shit happened. He's turned the corner, and now he's going to be LaBase, Andrew Tate, Matrix Breaker, Elijah, right? He's now this new guy. I saw this on the timeline. He posted this it doesn't say it on here, but he posted this at 3 in the morning, 3:40 in the morning. When I woke up to go to work, I looked at my phone and I was like, oh, this is juicy. I said, oh, this is great, right? This is great. He then quickly deleted it because when I clicked on it, it had the comments were loading, perpetual perma loading. And I thought, oh, he deleted this. So I screenshot it on my phone, but this person also made it easier for me. They screenshot it on their Twitter account. He said, you believe Jewish media and a gay Jewish guy leaking a legally obtained video from my bedroom. Good goys, obey your masters. Elijah is bad. Elijah is degenerate. Obey, good boy. You're not red pilled. You're a lost sheep. I've played no cards. I have a full deck. Wang half. Also, what are you talking about? Illegally obtained video from my bedroom? Did I miss that? Did I miss that video? What is he talking about? Some weird degenerate sex video got leaked? But I think maybe... Did it, or maybe did it not? Maybe it was supposed to be leaked, but it never did. And he posted this trying to get out in front of it. And then he ended up deleting it because it never got released. I don't know. I haven't seen anything out there, nor do I really want to see it. But I haven't really even heard anything about this other than this post. And it's funny because he posts the Wang half thing, which is he's signaling to the Groypers, I want to be on your side. I want to be on your team. And he even says it in the next post. He says, I want your undying loyalty. DM me if you want to be a part of this movement and the first members. We are aligning with Nick Fuentes. Unlike Crowder, I'm not letting my ex-wife control my life. This is gross. Don't pretend like you care about me while my kids are used as pawns. Doing a little bit of a Kanye thing here at the end. But unlike Crowder, I'm not going to let my ex-wife control my life. Does his wife control his life? I feel like he's just doing the same shit he's always done. Again, there is a degree to where Crowder might be too big to fail, right? Where something like this, you get to a point, I think you get to a point where your fame, where it's like, yeah, he's got too many subscribers. He's got too big of a business and a platform to really, I think, fail. And his case was a lot different. Okay. His wife seemed to be a resentful bitch. And the major video I saw where they're out on the deck, he's not even being that ridiculous. Like the shit that we've seen from Elijah, where he's screaming at her, calling her a bitch, and you're fucking, and he's just like drunk as shit. That's like, okay, man, there maybe is something there for you. But then he wants to lump this in and try and control the perception of it to be like, no, I'm just like Steven Crowder. And it's like, no, you're kind of not. There's like, you're a little more extreme there. I hate this new faction, this new cultural thing going on, because we're now in the wake of woke, right? We're now in the wake of woke. We're now in the wake of the Me Too movement. So now, and people have realized how weaponized that was, and how much that kind of people grifted off of that. Now we have like a new grift. This is the neo grift, right? This is the new MAGA grift, to where they're using that pretext on how bullshit Me Too was, and how it went way too far, went off the deep end, how a lot of the woke policies, DEI, all this stuff went way off the deep end. And they're using that to say, well, now because of how stupid that was, I don't need to adhere to any of that shit. I don't need to, that was all a grift, and that was just oppression and tyranny. And anytime I do something, it's like vilifies them, right? They can just say, you guys are just being woke, using it as an excuse. I'm under attack. The woke left is attacking me. And we've transformed it into now people can just be as shitty as they want. They can be as terrible as they want, and just call it, you're being woke if you disagree with them, or you're attacking me because of your political position, or whatever it is. And it's like, no, dude, actually, there is like a moral ethic that's still there. And there's things about woke that we're trying to touch upon that, right? I think empathy for disabled people, right? It's like, yeah, we should have empathy for these people, right? We should have empathy for ugly, freakish mutants of the world, right? We should, right? We should help the poor, right? That's one of Jesus' teachings. You're always going to have the poor. You should help them and treat them with respect. It's like, yeah, there's kind of things about, Christianity that somebody who's completely, that's foreign to them, they'll look at that and be like, that's woke. That's woke. And it's like, no, actually it's not. It predates woke by like 2,000 years, bro. Woke is this new, disgusting perversion of empathy, of kind of a moral ethic, and weaponized, right? It's been weaponized. And I totally agree with that. But now we're not going to flip it around and have the right wing say, well, then it's no holds bars. I can act as shitty as I want, because all that shit, all those niceties, all that woke shit that they used to employ, all the empathy and whatnot, all that goes out the window. And I'm totally fine with sleeping around with other people's wives and going up and calling children racial slurs and stuff. It's like, what are we doing? Is this really the right wing? Is this what we want? Is this what conservatives want? I guess. I don't really know. But I mean, what do you guys want? I think this is just, a lot of this shit is very unbecoming, and it's honestly, it's gross. That's what it is. He said it right there. This is gross. But we're cloaking it in this political sphere. Dude, fucking JF Garepi did the same shit. When he was on the run from the fucking Royal Canadian Police or whatever they are, because he was suspected to have killed his wife. What did he do? If you guys need to look up JF Garepi and his whole thing. Go. Kino Casino has a great breakdown of all that. He basically started blaming it on the woke liberal government of Canada. And you're like, yeah, maybe they're woke and liberal. Yeah, but did you kill your wife? Like, did you actually do it? Because if you did, maybe they, have a actual legitimate reason to be after you, bro. No, man. Like we're turning into these people on the right are turning into perpetual victims. It's like flip the script now. That's what we've done. We've inverted it. Whoa. Tradcons are turning into wokesters. Hi, I'm in time for Schizo Hour. Yeah, you made it just in time, Alexandra. There's sort of less pure contrast. Something's run dry. Pure contrast. What do you mean by that? Right? Didn't Elijah cheat on his wife? Yeah. I don't think Crowder did. Yeah, and Elijah apparently has like a terrible drug addiction too. Which, like, look, man, I hope he gets better. Like, whatever, the problems he has, I really hope. Go to the freaking Orthodox Church, man. Go to the Orthodox Church. You were talking about it. Go repent. I think this should be a learning experience. Like, really, he should transform this into a time to say, look, I've screwed up. I've let my Dybbuk get the best of me. But now's the time to repent and move forward. But I fear that he's not doing that. He's all-inning, right? He's all-inning on his media personality by these messages. And he's saying, I'm part of the red pill Giga Chad mogging sphere now, I guess. Because honestly, God uses failure to propel you towards righteousness. There's a lot of times in your life where you're going to fail, you're going to feel like shit, and you should feel like shit. Elijah, you should feel like shit. But he's probably drowning out with alcohol and pills and shit. And you should feel like shit for this. But you can use that to become more holy and more righteous. But I'm afraid he's not doing that. He's just doubling down. There was a post also. I want to see if I have this up on the this was on what I just said. I remember. Oh, here we go. I don't know if anybody ever watches Jason Miranchuk. He's kind of a little more esoteric streamer, Miranchuk. Elon Musk said on the 17th, I agree with the teachings of Jesus, right? Everybody's like, whoa. Everybody's like fucking soy facing over it. Oh, he's on our team. Even though, as we just saw with Whitney Webb, these people are just liars, right? But he had an interesting little clip here. I think he might be right about. This is 2023.
Here's my other prediction. And you guys can hold on to this. I'm going to make a clip. Hold on to this. I won't say how many years it'll take because that's beyond me. But when wokeism is done and is never mentioned again, ever, right? Or used in like only referential kind of things, like, whew, what a crazy time. What a crazy decade, right? After that happens, there'll be a period of normalization. And then the next thing is that all these screaming liberals, Bill Maher's and all the people, wherever that, will flip a script into becoming neo-traditionalists, like some sort of a version of Peterson overnight. And people in your family who are blue-haired, gender fluid, et cetera, will be wearing very nice frocks and talking about apple pie. I guarantee it. Here's my other prediction. And
okay, not quite what I was talking about. I thought he went into like, now it seems like the script is flipped now to where the victim class, which was always bullshit. Let's be honest. I mean, they were never actually, they own the woke left owned all the channels of communication, mainstream media. They basically ran rampant in the school system in Hollywood. And it was never that they were actually truly victims, or at least because maybe the people themselves might be more victimizable, more victims. Like if you're a disabled person and you're woke, it's like, yeah, you actually are more of a victimized class, more of a, like, I don't know. But regardless, the oligarchs and the elite were not oppressing them or against them at all. And that was always kind of bullshit. But now that shit's over, now the right wing, the MAGA people are the ones who were like, oh, we're so oppressed all the time. We're so oppressed. And it's like, now they're flipping the script, literally. Oh, but no, this prediction, this is separate, tangential to that. This is 100% true. This has already happened. I mean, Bill Maher is already, he's already done that. Other people, there's basically seems like there wants to be a formation of a center left kind of movement that's divorced from the wokies, the blue hair, raging, trans, whatever, neo, whatever the hell. I think this is already happening. Like a Gavin Newsom, I think kind of represents that. There's another person who's been, I mean, even like Hillary Clinton's coming out and saying stuff about immigration and how they need to restrict immigration and build a wall. Like, didn't she just say that recently? Like, okay, so they're coming back to their roots of the 1990s Democrat, which is where Trump is, which is where we're going to pool together at. The only culture war got stale, a little less consequential post PDF files, writing on posters and podcasters. Yeah, I think the culture war itself is just it's always been just bullshit. I think it's going to be akin to the hippie movement of the 60s and 70s. We're going to look back on this time as the same thing. We're going to go, that cultural moment, and the hippie movement was largely CIA ran. And I think that, it's almost like that the hippie movement was essentially a way for people to divorce themselves from traditionalism, from time, from place, from family, from religion. And to free themselves, free love, right? And that needed to happen. In some sense, I understand it, especially if you're in this kind of melting pot of a country where you have all these different types of people. And back then it was much more European, but it's even still, you had Germans, you had Polish people, you had Italians, you had all kinds of different people with differences. And there was more unifying factors, right? I think largely Christian, largely, white European. But you needed to kind of break. I think there was an element to where I understand the breaking down of these hardened kind of lines that we needed to meld people together more. If that's the soft approach, that's the best reading of that. I think more so what actually it was is to break down the American into an individualized economic widget. And that's actually what happened, because in the 80s, all these people, all these hippies started doing coke, and they started playing the stock market, and they started getting into tech and finance and whatnot. And they started to say, oh yeah, we're individual economic actors. Yeah, I read Milton Friedman. Yeah, I read it. Yeah, I'm a libertarian and I want free markets and I'm a Reaganite. Like they shuffled right into that framework, which, what did that help? That helped out big business, right? The corporate elite. And furthermore, it's kind of a funny reflection where it's like the woke time was like the hippies on steroids, right? Where it is this kind of all-encompassing abolishing of hierarchy. It's like a metaphysical hierarchy to where the oppressor-oppressee dynamic cannot exist even passively, even like metaphysically, we can't even have it exist. Even to even have distinction of something like beauty would mean to denote that there's something that's uglier, which would be less, which would be oppressing. So we can't even have, right? Like these types of, this like mental, philosophical game that the woke played, that was assault, right? It was basically like the hippies on steroids. And also the corporate elite reflected that, right? The corporate elite all dressed up in the rainbow flag, and they all dressed up in Pride Month, further emboldening the corporate elite, right? Funneling it up to them. And now what are they doing? They're jumping on the MAGA bandwagon. A lot of them are, right? Or like he's going to say, they're going to be transformed in this kind of neo-traditional formation, which is probably what they want, because there's too much insanity on the woke side. They're like, fuck this shit. We need to get back to normalcy. But what's happened, I think, and this is a big problem. I actually was talking to there was a handyman who came to work, and he was fixing on some blinds and shit we had. And we got into this whole talk about woke, which is so crazy because, he said something about Irish, something being violent or something. And I told him I'm Irish, and I said, hey man, that's racist. I'm Irish. And he goes, oh, he's like, you're one of those guys? He's like, oh yeah, you're part of that generation. I didn't realize you were part of that generation where everything was racist. And I was like, bro, I was making a fucking joke. Like, I'm Irish and I don't really give a shit. It was a joke. But anyways, we kind of got into this topic about it. And one of the things that's really happened, he was saying that his daughter and her friends are all basically, their identity is surrounded by their gender, right? What they identify as. And I'm saying this is basically the fallout of the whole woke movement at large. But further, the same thing happened. I told him the same thing kind of happened with the hippie movement. Right. This is one of the things that people have problems with the boomers, is that they were soulless economic husks. Right. All they were economic widgets. They lived in their suburb apartment. They had no tradition, no roots, the family was their little base level family. Right. Which is why we're largely on a decline. And all they did was go to work, and they drank their bullshit beer, and they watched their bullshit TV. And that was that. Right. They were the cultural creations, because what made them what they are, all that what attached them at their roots, their religion, their family, their heritage, all that was completely decimated during the hippie revolution, right? And it just turned them into these like empty souls with no identity other than consumerism. And similarly with the woke people today, they have no identity at all. All their identity is found up into two things, which is politics and, I wouldn't say necessarily consumerism, not outright, not forthright, not as forthright as the hippies did in the 80s. But it still is market mentality, capitalistic driven. Because even when you are picking your identity, when you're picking what gender you want to be, that reflects the market, right? You're going out, you're not in accordance with nature. You're not in accordance with tradition. You're going out there and you're post hoc choosing, picking and grabbing from the market of gender ideology, what you want to be, what you feel as. Just like you do with the market. You know, you go out and you go to the store. What do I feel like? What do I want to go out to eat? Oh, what do I feel like eating today? What do I feel like I want to have? And so it's kind of this subtle undertones of the market, right? With their identity is nothing. It's a black hole, and it's chosen post hoc by the media, the government, the market. So I think that's absolutely happening. And the activist class is also a big part of that, which I didn't get into that with him, but I think that's a big part of it too, is to feel like you are a part of something, your participation in something. I'm participating in this grand revolutionary spirit that is much like a demon, right? A Dybbuk, because it's never actually quelled, because even if you gave the left everything they fucking wanted, there would be another revolution. Another revolution is just around the corner, right? I think that's psychological. I mean, the whole revolutionary spirit, that's a psychological thing. And the elite and the corporate elite and the government utilize that for their ends, like I'm telling you right now. And each generation raises the next. Yeah. Yep. Which is why our generation feels so aimless, because the boomers were aimless and there wasn't really much there for them to hold on to. And look, that's why I forgive them. I forgive my parents. Forgive your parents. Look, they went through some of the most crazy psychological operations ever. The hippie generation, the TV generation, the alien psyop, which we're seeing come to fruition before our very eyes, right? All this shit played into why they are the way they are. The economy itself, the market itself, the philosophy of capitalism itself is just ingrained in them. Go to the store and buy what you want. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Create division between the younger and the parents. Yes, that's another good one. Another good element to it. Foster resentment and anger towards the older generations. You don't understand me, man. You don't understand. It's not about that, man. It's about free love. Maybe the crazy woke hippie stuff was great. Okay, yeah. Any rejection of natural authority and hierarchy would lead to division between generations, I think. Hippie stuff probably is rooted in feminism. Rooted in feminism? I think so much of it is to just dissolve the family, and dissolve tradition, and to dissolve religion, things that the government really can't control. So feminism was almost like, again, in the soft reading of it, it's like feminism was almost like a natural, necessary evolution of the capitalist modern world, because we've basically already replaced women in the home with all these technologies. Not that I'm saying it actually did, not that I'm saying it should, but I'm just saying that this kind of, well, what are women going to do all day when the laundry is done and the food we ordered out and et cetera, et cetera? Well, get them in the workforce. I bet you there was a lot of men back then who thought that was a great idea. Get them working, of course. Turn them into an economic widget. And similarly, like the hippies did the same thing. It was just more on a grand scale. Predates a lot of this tech, though. No, a lot of it came out right about the same time. Dressing up as a rainbow was just a front, though. It's so stupid. Certain people on the left just see you wearing a rainbow and don't think about the intentions behind it. Right, because it's semiotic, right? The kind of relationship between, oh, you are wearing our colors, which is all the colors. You are on our team wearing all the colors. They just think you agree with them. Yeah, but the elders were part of the rebellion against their parents' generation, which rebelled against their parents' generation. Politics and attention economy. Yeah, I think a lot of the big problem is the technological status quo. It is the technological modern capitalist state that is creating this. We've got to filter people into these individual economic widgets. And we have to, it's like we need, and when you do that, when you make everybody an individual, they're not reliant on the community anymore. It implicitly forces them into the market because you have to rely on other people to get shit done for you. I have to call somebody over to fix XYZ because I'm by myself and I don't have my husband to do it, or I don't have my son to do it, or whatever. I'm thinking about getting old, dude. Think about the medical industry and the like nursing homes and shit. It's like when you get old, your family used to take care of you. Now, when you turn 60, people are like, "Fuck it, I'm going right into the home." And a lot of people do it. A lot of kids do it willfully. They're like, "Yeah, I don't want to be attached to this person." What does that do? It creates a lot of money for that industry. But if you were taking care of them, that would be completely out of the question. I don't know. All right. We're totally off the beaten path. We're talking about freaking Elijah here. Dude, this is going to be a nightmare to edit, bro. We just took like a freaking 30-minute detour. Never mind. I don't know, that might be a good segment in and of itself to cut. Back to Elijah. Come on. Hey, wake up. Pay attention. We're back to Elijah. All right. He posted this profile. Take two. Elijah posted this profile picture at the same time as these texts. Badass, wearing a do-rag, smoking looks like a cigar. Maybe it's a blunt. I don't think it is. Ended up deleting it. He said instant regret. And he ended up posting this picture instead. Much more professional, if you will. He was like, damn, I didn't know how much I had to actually put on the I don't give a shit. You know, I don't know. I didn't realize how much I needed to signal about how much I didn't give a shit because I thought my sex tape was going to drop, but it didn't. So actually I can reel back on that a little bit. He did post this. Oh, geez. That was loud. Sorry. He did post this and left this one up.
She said, you come from a land down under. For women low and men under.
Fuck yeah! She took the kids! She took my kids from me! This song actually bangs though, so good on him for using it. She took the kids! I'm going to the racetrack, boys. He's probably fucked up here. He's probably super drunk. Look at that guy. Frumpy Lumpkin. Shit, man. Big tech indebted itself too much, so they got to keep the hamster wheel turning. Yeah. Yeah, just for now. That's the thing. That's what I keep saying is that all this immigration and shit, people are like, you know, they get super, and I think there's part of it that's obviously to cause tension, accelerationism, right, and whatnot. But I think a lot of it is just to get over the hump until AI is able to take control of everything. Because I think we're right on the cusp of that. And I think they're just going to keep pouring in immigrants to fulfill these jobs for the meantime until we get everything up and running. But right now, they're not quite there. And they know the birth rates are down and they're looking down. So we need like a new crop of economic widgets to come and fulfill those jobs. In the meantime. But I think the social unrest, the culture war shit, that's just an added bonus. Tearing at the seams, man. There was an article, I don't know if I want to pull that up because that's going to be a whole other can of worms on the accelerationist shit. BX on X, we watched her videos a while back around Halloween time on 76409A. There was one other cult. These like satanic online cults, and they've actually been like coming out and like the FBI is like actually like hardcore investigating that whole sector. But she just posted an article and was talking about accelerationism in it. And I think that absolutely bringing these people in, bringing in foreigners and then feeding the native population straight up agitprop 24 hours a day is like, fuck yeah, bro. Rip this country out at the seams, dude. So now he posts a little bit, Elijah posts a little nicer of a photo here, and they tried to just take two. I'm getting ahead of myself. Elijah posts this picture, a little bit nicer of a photo, and they say they tried everything to destroy me. It didn't work. Show returns soon. Cheer up. It gets better. Totally just, let's just gloss right by all that. What happened, that was, don't worry about that. Don't even think about that. Another brutal ratio. I love how you guys just believe what you read online. Check your sources. Oh, well, kids are doing good too. False allegations, smear tactics, and blackmail don't work. I will not be controlled. They made a bad bet. Now I'm going to focus on my FBI country music sensation lawsuit. I forgot all about that. Yeah, isn't Kash Patel's girlfriend suing the shit out of him? Dude, this guy is burning. This guy's, holy shit. He had to have done something behind the scenes to somebody bad. And I don't think it's just Kash Patel. I think this is like a coordinated plan to attack him. They had Milo drops a dossier. He said there's a dossier floating around. Who made that? And then Kash Patel's girlfriend suing him. Like, what? What? The FBI, he's like, that's where it's like, okay, there's multiple attacks here. So some of this just seems a little sketchy. Maybe we will hear him out. We're gonna listen to what he has to say. I don't think it changes the fact that him and Sarah Stock cheated on each other and he broke up potentially 2 marriages. That's fucked up. We just found out about it, and maybe there's more reasons as to why we're finding out about it, which is interesting. And I would like to hear what he has to say. You fucking melted down, you retard. Stop blaming others for your own actions. The illustrious Warski of the Kino Casino. Hey, you have kids to worry about. Yep. Life is on the up. The truth will be revealed in time. Yeah, we'll see. I think he's definitely, I don't think there's any way for him to talk his way out of the abuse he put his wife through and the cheating and divorce. Like, that shit is gone. But maybe he's going to break the case open with, hey, I'm being attacked by a foreign government or something, or I don't even know. Maybe it's like, is the CIA? I don't even know who's attacked, or the FBI. And he's just going to try and reinvent himself. That'll soften the blow a bit, I guess. I don't know. But maybe he's going to try and reinvent himself as some based red pillar like Andrew Tate. I don't fucking know. His PR team be going crazy. They'd be going wild. This is what you got to do. Come out like Andrew Tate. Then just tell your story about... If material productivity in self-actualization is all that matters, then why spend time with people who are too young or old to contribute material to your self-actualization? That's interesting. Yeah, if material productivity and self-actualization. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the taking care of your family and shit. Yeah, because it becomes me, right? They say the me generation. It becomes about you, the individual, totally devoid from any of the constraints of life. You don't have to, whatever you don't, if you don't choose it, you don't have to do it. That's another thing where this consent thing comes from. And I'm not trying to fight against consent, but this overemphasis on consenting to things is because you chose it, just like the market. You choose what to buy in the market. It's not about like taking up your cross and, actually like having duties, right? And actually fulfilling those duties. That's like largely what the bedrock of civilization was built upon. And people having duties and fulfilling those duties. Sorry, that was in response to Marie. Yeah, but yeah. Now it's about self-actualization and productivity. Okay, we're gonna move along and we're gonna talk about Tucker Carlson now. This was basically, we'll just wrap this up. Elijah's crashing the fuck out, and he's, instead of reflecting on this time of his life and pushing forward and getting better, getting over the things that brought him to this point, his alcoholism, trying to patch up the relationship with the mother of his children, right? Trying to look inward, trying to turn towards God, towards Christ, towards the church. Instead of doing this type of stuff, which is what a real traditionalist would attempt to do, he is instead doubling down on it, which is a bold strategy. And we'll see how that pans out for him. We'll keep up to date with him because he's going to come out with his shows coming back. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see what he has to say. And I'm going to cover it because I think this is interesting. And I think there's more here at play. I think there's very, very much more here at play than just run-of-the-mill cheating scandal. People are not being taught holy and righteous love for self, so they are not only not truly loving themselves and end up in abusive situations, addictions, and other mental issues. They are unbelievably selfish. Yeah, because this is what it is, dude, is that there's no external morality. There's no externalization of an ought. It boils down to, like I said, the market and choosing. And how do you choose? What do you choose to do? What do you choose to buy? It's all based on your emotional state. So similarly, like you're saying, with abusive situations, addictions, whatever, people get into these shit ass relationships with people who are losers, who are scammers, who are drunkards, who are on drugs, because there might be elements to it that make them feel good. Maybe it's exciting. Maybe they, there's some element of love there that's being professed. They like to hear, they say certain things that they like, right? And it's not taking into account the subjective understanding of the situation and what's going on, the truth of the matter, right? And there's really no litmus for them to gauge the situation they're in on how healthy it is. I mean, what is health, right? What is being healthy? What does a healthy relationship look like? Especially if your parents never had one too, right? You literally have nothing to base it off of. It's just you going in blindly and running off of your emotions, which is when you see these people get into relationship after relationship after relationship after train wreck after train wreck after train wreck. And you're like, don't you stop to think, what am I doing? What do I need to do? What are the attributes of a good relationship that would actually foster growth and, something permanent and actually real? You don't think about that. It's just like, what's the most exciting? What's the most hot? I don't know. And like, not that those things are inherently wrong. Excitement and having fun and being emotionally charged towards something isn't inherently wrong. You have those emotions for a reason, but that can't be the only thing you base it off of, because there's a lot of people out there who know this is what you're doing. They will twist and contort that and lie about that. And then you don't realize it because you listen to their words and you don't look at their fucking actions, and you don't look at where they are in life. And the actions, I mean, obviously speak louder than words, right? You can say whatever you want. I can say whatever I want. But how do I live? And this is why I try to speak in such a way that is not beyond how I live or how I act. And I think this is one of the reasons why I have such a problem with people telling me to watch what I say, watch my speech, act prim and proper, and be a corporate stooge. I think it's like this doesn't match who I am. And I think I would love for people to know that what I'm saying to them, how I'm saying it, how I'm coming off is how I am underneath. It's not a show. It's not bullshit. you can trust this guy. He's real. That's what I want people to glean from me. I might be wrong, but I ain't lying. That's what I want everybody to know. I might be wrong, but I ain't lying. Hey, that's me, King of Sheba says. Hey now. Hey now. I'm sure you're doing just fine. The thrill of doing something evil or hurtful or even self-abusive because you got to choose it. Oof. Yeah, I'm doing it. Kind of like my body, my choice. Yes, it's like it's a pride thing too. That's another element. You know, so many things are wrapped up in here. This is a very deep problem. Pride is, I think, pride is the worst thing you can have. I think that is absolutely. It's the number one, because if you are prideful as Elijah's acting here, if you're acting like that, you're never going to be able to course correct. Because you're always just going to think, I'm God, right? I am God, right? I can do what I want. Do as thou wilt. I've had people try and tell me that. Like, I've talked to people about religion before, and they're like, there's people like this certain kind of like psychonaut, kind of like DMT, Joe Rogan bro, and they like will literally say that, I think we're all gods, man. And I'm like, wait. Like, please do not say that. I do not want people walking around thinking they're gods, dude. That is already one of the problems we have with our elite is that they think that their farts don't fucking smell. And I'm smelling them every day as I walk around. Anyways, all right, let's move on. Let's look at Tucker. Tucker! Every time I say Tucker, I always think of that scene from Breaking Bad.
Up the
Wait.
Why?
Isn't this it?
Hey, mind if I use your...
Oh, I don't... There's a guy who's inside. He's like a crackhead.
Who the hell are you? It's cool. Hey, I'm not...
Wow, they skipped over that part. What the heck?
Tucker! Tucker! Tucker!
That's what I think about this every time I say Tucker Carlson. Tucker! Tucker!
Who the hell are you? Hey.
The hell are you?
It's cool.
Scratching at myself like a meth head.
I'm a friend of Tucker's.
What do you want?
What do you want?
I just,
What do you want, man? Anyways. So Tucker Carlson went into Israel. He flew to Israel to interview Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel, and he apparently got arrested. Critics claim Carlson was hiding in the Tel Aviv airport where he conducted the interview with Huckabee. Tucker Carlson was reportedly detained and interrogated once arriving to Tel Aviv to interview U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee, Carlson claims. Reports have circulated that Trump has personally asked Carlson to reduce his amplification of the Israel issue, which provides a backdrop for the interview. And if you've been following the Israel Bibi Netanyahu news and the tech bros, is that they're trying to buy up the channels of communication like they just did with TikTok to reduce the negative, what's the word I'm thinking of? The negative speech, the negative angles that people are taking, the negative talking points that people are pushing through. They're trying to buy up all these industries to reduce any sort of negative speech towards Israel. And I think Tucker he's been touching that third rail. He's been pushing on this Israel issue for a while now. I'm still kind of, the jury's out on Tucker. The jury's out on a lot of these people, frankly, because at one point they'll do something that I like, and the next thing you know, you realize, okay, Tucker Carlson is he's kind of weird. You know, his dad's in the CIA. He wore the freaking red Kabbalah bracelet for the longest time. He was basically like a media freakazoid who worked at Fox News for a long, he's basically in the swamp of the media. And, it's just like weird where you go, he tried to join the CIA and they apparently didn't let him or whatever. And it's just like, you learn all this stuff about him and you're like, then he goes to Qatar and he's like buying a house in Qatar and all this shit, or reportedly was doing that. And you're like, what is going on with this guy? This guy's weird. But he acts like the new internet dad, right? Is he taking the place of Jordan Peterson? Wow, I haven't heard Mike Huckabee name in a while. I forgot about that guy. He's still very much around. He's there. He's there supporting Israel. He's there supporting the chosen people. Why can't people in the swamp of media also be credible at times? That's a very valid point. And I think that's true. I think you can't paint with a broad brush, which is why I said he does say things that I think are true and are very much right and righteous. But I don't know to what angle he's getting at. And all these people have mad funding. We just found out about Hallow. You guys heard that Hallow prayer app? I was reading this whole thing about how Peter Thiel basically is funding that. He has his fingers in everything. And then you see Tucker Carlson basically in this interview pushing the Hallow app. And, you're just like, okay, there's some weird connection there. That doesn't say, that could be nothing. It could just be, hey, I took a sponsorship, whatever. But, you see things like that and you're like, oh, okay. And the out pouch, you see the people who are shilling the out pouch and there's certain weird, shady connections there. I'm not saying anything. It's just speculation. We're speculating here. And I don't know where to place him exactly. Sometimes I like Tucker, but then I don't know. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Is that like, yeah, sometimes I think, hell yeah, this is our guy. This guy's great. And then other times I'm like, wait a minute. What? What did he do down in South America? Anyway, so he had he went to Israel and interviewed Mike Huckabee. So we got some of the highlights here. We're going to take a look at him and break him down a little bit. I was going to watch this. This is his opening. Yeah, we could watch this. We'll watch it on 1.25 speed.
So we show up on Wednesday, fly in from Europe. Again, at great expense. And show up at the diplomatic terminal at Ben Gurion Airport where this interview is going to take place, which is bizarre in itself. A filthy building. The windows are so dirty in the terminal you can't see out them barely. There's like exposed drywall. The whole thing is depressing and grim. There's litter outside.
It's depressing.
This is the diplomatic terminal in Israel. I thought that was very strange. Having been in a lot of diplomatic terminals, I've never seen a rattier one. We go in and Huckabee's there. And of course, he's totally friendly as he always is. Very, very friendly guy. And cheerful, and we sort of chat, and the whole place is filled with these guys in t-shirts, thuggish looking guys in t-shirts who are some kind of security. So we do the interview. You're about to watch it. It's very long, at 2.5 hours ish, and I try my hardest to be friendly. I think I kind of succeeded. You can judge for yourself. But I really got the sense, and again, you can decide as you watch it, that Huckabee was not able to answer any of the questions, but also not really in charge. You really got the feeling of a guy sort of trying his best to repeat the talking points, but very constrained, like unable to say certain things. Not because those things might harm the interests of the U.S. government. He was happy to attack, for example, the U.S. military and say they're more brutal than the Israeli military. Okay. But unwilling to say certain things because they might reflect poorly on the Israeli government. And you sort of thinking about this for a second, you're like, wait, you're the U.S. ambassador. You're our representative to a foreign country. Why is your red line criticism of that country? Shouldn't you be representing us? And it was very obvious he was representing the Israelis. Obvious. And again, you can judge for yourself. But anyway, so we do this interview. It was cordial. And at the end, we're set to fly out. We have a time. We have to get out. And the plane is sitting right outside. And we're ready to go. And for some reason, the Israelis still have our passports. There are 5 of us there. And 4 of us are flying out on this plane. One's flying out commercial with our gear. So my business partner and I were standing there. We've never left the airport, never went anywhere. But our 2 producers have spent the night before in Tel Aviv. And they're called into rooms and given the 3rd degree. Now, keep in mind, they're about to get on a plane and leave. In fact, we're late. We have to get out of there. We have a slot to get out. And security, whoever this is, won't let them go. So I don't really know what's going on at this point. I'm like, where are our guys? We got to get out of here. So one of them comes out and he says, that was the weirdest experience in my life. They asked me questions about the interview. Who did you speak to? Keep in mind, this was like 8 feet from where we did the interview. Well, the U.S. ambassador. I'm like, Huckabee, what did you talk about? Why did you ask those questions? Was it a hostile interview? Of
You
course,
don't get to ask
everything
those
in the
types of
diplomatic terminal
questions.
is taped. Everything in Israel is taped. It's a police state. It's a surveillance state, obviously. You go to Israel, they put software on your phone. Everybody knows this. They're constantly spying on you more than probably any other country. And so they know the answers to these questions.
Neurotic.
But they're asking my producer, like, where do you work? How many people work there? Do you go to the office? Where is the office? What are their names? They're doing like an intel op and humiliation exercise on my producer. This isn't security. We're leaving right now. And they're holding his passport. The interrogator is holding the passport in his hand as he's asking these questions. So he's telling me this, and I said, this is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard. Huckabee's gone by this point. You're an American citizen. He's had a conversation with the U.S. ambassador, and some thug is demanding details of that conversation. And I hope you didn't answer. And he's like, no, I didn't. I don't know what to say. Meanwhile, our last guy, the youngest man who was traveling with us, our last producer, is still in a room being questioned. So I pull over one of the guys and said, we got to get out of here. So I don't know what this is about. It's outrageous. And, there's nothing I can do about this point, but we got to go. And this woman comes up to me and says, look, let's just go. We're going to bring you to the plane and he'll come later. I said, no, it's my producer. He's being interrogated, asked totally over the top, fully inappropriate questions that have nothing to do with security at all. Pull up your website, show us your text exchanges with other people on your staff. What are your politics like? And again, what did you say to the U.S. ambassador and what did he say back to you? Those are not relevant questions if you're trying to keep your country secure. Those are intel questions. And they're over the top. And I said, I want this guy out now. Let's go. We got to go. And they said, no, just leave him here. We'll bring him to the plane later. Twice they told me that. Just leave your guy behind. No, I don't think so. So I was enraged by this. Get on the plane. We get a text from a reporter who somehow knew that this had happened. I have no idea how. I had no interest in publicizing it, actually. There was, a long trail that showed that the U.S. Embassy had been coordinating against us in a public relations battle before we even got there. They were leaking that we demanded to do it at the airport because we were afraid to go into Israel. We're cowards. Okay, we're cowards. Right. And so I just said to the reporter by text, they pulled my guys into a room, interrogating them. This is outrageous, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The interesting thing is I never heard from Huckabee or anybody to this moment from the U.S. Embassy about what security did to my producers. They didn't ask us. And instead, Huckabee went out and called me a liar. So it raises, again, the question, who exactly is Huckabee working for? We're American citizens in a foreign country. He's our ambassador. He represents our country. We pay his salary, but he's taking the side of the foreign government without even calling to say, hey, what happened to you at the airport? Did you get hassled? Did your guys get hassled? No. He just immediately repeats their lies without even consulting us. So, what are we looking at here? We're looking at the reality, which is if you're an American in Israel, you can be certain that your government will take the side of the Israeli government and not your side. And really, is that so different from the experience of Americans in the United States? Can you be sure that your government will take your side over the Israeli government? No, of course not. They will always take the Israeli government's side over yours. And that's the core problem. Even if you support a war with Iran, I think the most pressing issue for Americans is that we kill the Ayatollah or whatever. You still have a fair expectation that your government, because it is yours, you pay for it, it exists to serve you, and for no other reason, you have an expectation that your government will take your side against a foreign government. But the daily lived reality, the obvious truth, visible to every single American, is that's the opposite of reality. In fact, if you criticize Israel in your country, your government will work to censor you. If there's a standoff between you and Bibi, you know whose side your government's going to take, Bibi's side. That is not sustainable. That is too humiliating. It's too clearly an inversion of the natural order. Your government exists for you, not for a foreign government. But that's not how we live in this country or in Israel. So that's what we learned. And one last thing. The Israelis apparently went, probably with the help of Mike Huckabee, went to the surveillance tape inside the diplomatic terminal and pulled some clip, and of course getting all their little bots online to promote it, of me with my arm around somebody to show that actually I'm lying about what happened. That person was our driver who drove us from the plane to the terminal, a short drive. Very nice guy, good guy, Israeli guy. And right when we arrived, and he said, could I get a picture? Of course. He's a nice man. So I just put my arm around him, took a picture, That's what that is. That was before the interview. It was before our producers were hassled by the thugs and asked ridiculous questions. It was before any of this happened. So that's just another installment of the propaganda war. Thought we'd give you the backstory on that.
Okay. If what he's saying is true, it sounds very much so like they pulled him aside and said, what are you talking about? What did you say? Because the interview did not look good for Huckabee. It did not look good. I watched this earlier today, and it very much puts Israel in a bad light. So they're trying to control the outflow of communication. And this is right on the heels. And this is right before the potential Iran strike, which is imminent, right? They've been talking about this for weeks now, that this is basically going to happen. Came out with this right now, which is crazy. Probably does not help them out one bit that this is coming out when it is. I didn't see that picture too. What is the Tucker Carlson? I'll just say lying. Did they have that picture of him? I don't even know what that was. The picture of him at the airport. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Eyal Yacobi. Oh, I wonder what side he's on. Signs the document, smiles, hugs the airport security member, smiles for a photo, cracks a joke, leaves within 5 seconds. Tucker Carlson total fraud. He said this is before the interview. So before they got harassed. I wonder if this was a stunt too. Is that like, get a picture, make sure he looks good and happy, so then we can post the disinformation online. Oh, that's interesting. Because they got to know what, I mean, he's been shit talking Israel for a long time now. They have to know what's going on. We'll do this. We'll set this up. All our bots are going to post this on X. And then we'll pull them aside afterwards and beat the shit out of them. So anyways, we got the interview here, so let's look at some clips of this. Isn't this like textbook treason? Treason isn't even a thing anymore. Was it even a crime to begin with? Yeah, basically not. It's basically the government is essentially a gang, and whoever controls the government and the strongest gang with the most guns, they'll just coerce you and tell you to fuck off or do what they want, or we're going to kill you. I mean, that's what the IRS is, like I was just talking about. You don't pay your taxes, somebody's coming to your door with a gun and telling you you got to do it or you're going to jail. It's essentially like mafia tactics. And whatever side they're all on the same side together, vying for the same, the Jewish mafia, right? They're all vying for the same goals. Just technocratic control and the Greater Israel Project, I think, ultimately. This whole leave you guys behind, he'll leave you behind and he'll catch up later. It's creepy as heck. Dude, it is. Isn't the embassy like supposed to be the same as like the same laws, rules, and regulations as the country you're from? Like if you go to the Israeli embassy in America, isn't that like you're basically in Israel? And if you go to the American embassy in Israel, you should be like you're in America. I should have free speech. If he talked to me about this stuff and the interview didn't go well for him, well, them's the breaks. You don't get to pull me over like the fucking Gestapo and pat me down and hold my producer as hostage. But the fact that, oh yeah, no, Huckabee just fled the scene. He ran out the back door. It's like, wow. So we don't even give a shit about international law or whatever the hell, or embassy law. That's fucked up.
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says you've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant. So that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean,
I'm not sure it would go that far.
Greater
I mean,
Israel.
It would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
It would be fine if they took it all. It would be fine if they owned the whole world. Oh, wait. I think they already do. Holy shit, dude. So he's just saying right there, boom, Greater Israel Project. It'd be totally fine by me. Do we have anybody else? Is anybody else in Congress or, I mean, probably like the usual suspects, probably Ro Khanna, Thomas Massie. Like, they'll probably be like, what the fuck? But is anybody else, anybody in the administration, the Trump administration at all, are they going to say like, hey, that's kind of wild to say that? And how much of this, I look at people like Mike Huckabee and I'm like, does he actually believe this shit? Like, does he actually believe in the kind of dispensationalist, evangelical kind of propaganda? Or is this, you know, because like that's like what they say. And some of it, I think, okay, is that what you believe? Or is it the backside, which is like, they're going to kill me if I don't? Are you being threatened? Or is it that like, hey, I'm getting a lot of money and I'm getting a lot of status and power and that's what I want? Like, is that just a fake front to say, well, no, dude, in Genesis, because they all say that same shit. And I understand, you know, like the kind of the dispensationalist kind of bent to things, right? The Schofield Bible and whatnot. I mean, I understand there's legitimately people who believe that. And that's what I want to know is like, do they actually believe this shit? I think he believes it. Yeah, maybe. But the fact that like they plug their ears and they're like, this is it. This is Greater Israel Project. Give this to Israel. I'm not going to hear any. It's like, you are completely, if that is the case, you're completely brainwashed, dude.
In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total. And 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. And they have connection to this land historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense how do we know
ancestrally,
do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
so how do we know that he has any connection to this land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the language. Well, he has fought for the land. His family has fought for the land.
You're dodging a very obvious question, which is, where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful is because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish.
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they have any
ethnicity.
connection
They're
to the
Jewish by
Jews
their
of the-
faith. They're
of the
Jewish
Bible?
by the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
But how do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's
Weird, he didn't say by
ancestors
blood.
ever lived here? How do we
Which
know
is
that?
largely what he's getting at.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't? I mean,
Well, it's on the basis of the
I don't
claim
think
that
that's
they
how it works,
did
bud.
that all kinds of things happen. People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A
How do
lot
we know
hangs
they
on this.
didn't?
It's not some theoretical thing like, oh, did my grandparents do this or do that? It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
How do we know they did?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at.
Because he's thinking too much. Listen, you don't have to have a good memory if you speak the truth. That's a Judge Judy. No, but it's like, how do we know they did it? It's like, okay, then you could have a claim to anything, man. I have a claim to your donut. Says who? How do you know? How do you know I don't? Give me all your money. Give me all your donuts. I have a claim to them. Yeah, how do you know I don't have a claim to the Holy Land? Exactly. Trying to prove like a negative. You're like, I don't think that's how it works. You're the one who's positing they have a claim to the land. He's asking for the evidence and how that makes any sense. And you're like, well, how do you know they don't? How do you know I don't have a claim to your house, Mike Huckabee? You cannot reason someone out of something they were never reasoned into. Absolutely. I don't think these people are more like, it's more of like a social thing. And you have like a couple pieces of evidence, Jews, and it says it in the Bible right here. And then they go, oh, sounds good to me. And then all the money and all the status and all the power just kind of reinforces that. And they have to, they then build this, empire of dirt, right? This empire of disgusting trash that they're on top of. And they can't give that up, right? It's like the sunk cost fallacy. At this point, you just can't. Huckabee is saying if you can't prove they don't have the right, then they have the right. That's insane, right? How can I prove somebody doesn't have something? How do you prove a negative? Like what?
Why are millions of Epstein files still classified? Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I haven't kept up with that. I've
He's
never
no
met the
idea.
man. I don't know him.
You haven't kept up with the Epstein disclosure?
I mean, only from a distance. I'm 6,000 miles away from D.C. these days. And
Are you 6,000 miles away from your phone, bro? Are you 6,000 miles away from a TV? I don't think so.
That there's so
the
much
current
going on.
president of Israel, current president, who I know President Herzog,
know him very well.
Apparently was at
I bet
Pedo
you do.
Island. That's what it says in the disclosures. And of course, we know that the former prime minister, Ehud
Ehud
Barak,
Barak,
was
yes.
living on and off at Epstein's house. So still living high-level Israeli officials are directly implicated in Epstein's life, if not his crime. So I would think that you'd be following this.
Only I was not aware that there was any connection with President Herzog. I would be surprised to hear that, and I knew there was about the former prime minister.
Oh, so you are
Apparently had a
following
lot
it.
of
Oh.
Dealings with Epstein.
Business dealings. And by the way, I'm not alleging anything, but I mean, it's in the Epstein files. And I
You see how he
don't
reels
know
it back in? He sort of says, I don't know anything about it. I'm 6,000 miles away. Then he goes, yeah, Ehud Barak was in there. And he goes, I did know about that. Oh, yeah, okay.
that I've heard the current president of Israel respond to it, but he is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island. So that's kind of a big deal. I wonder, considering there are so many suggestions in the files, as I'm sure you know, of sexual abuse, and given that Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender, I wonder why the administration you work for would be holding millions of files, which I believe belong to the public, hidden for, quote, national security reasons. What would those national security reasons be, do you think?
Honestly, I think you've probably got more access to the White House sometimes than I do. You should ask them.
Well, but you're the government official representing that White House.
in Israel. And I represent the U.S. in Israel to the Israeli government from the U.S. government. But honestly, nobody has presented that to us.
Well, now
we have
that
a
you
pretty
know that
dynamic situation here. I don't know if you know that or not, but there's a lot going on in this part of the world. And frankly, that has not been top line item.
But you're surprised to hear that the current president of Israel, whom you know, is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island.
Had never heard that. Never heard it even in the Israeli press.
Are you going to ask him next time you see him?
I wonder
I'd be
why.
happy to. Talk to him almost every week.
I guess what I'm
He said,
asking is not simply as a representative of my government or a high U.S. official, but just as like a man and a father and a Christian. How could you resist saying, like, were you on Pedo Island with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, if I'm not aware of it, and secondly, there are a lot of things that go on in the world. I don't question every single person about every single thing that may be alleged
of the
about.
country.
I understand all that, but this is the first I've ever heard of this. So why do you expect me to have knowledge of something like that?
Well, because you attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad, and you said that.
You think he does?
What's very clear he does from the
You
files.
think he does? From where do you get that?
Well, the fact that he was in contact repeatedly with members of the Israeli government, including the current
Ghislaine
president and the former
Maxwell,
prime minister, and all kinds
Robert
of
Maxwell?
Israeli intel-connected people. I'm not saying he worked for Mossad. I don't think we know that. But there's no question that he had extensive contact with CIA.
But I think you said it, a turning point event. Everybody knows Jeffrey Epstein.
I said everyone thinks, and it turns out everyone was right, that he did
Wait,
have.
I'm not sure everyone was right or everyone thinks.
How is he following a stupid turning point event and what goes on there, but he's not following the Epstein files? He's 6,000 miles away from the Epstein files, but he has enough time to watch a Turning Point USA event?
Thanks.
Okay, but you said that I was lying, and I don't want to make this about me.
I don't think I said you were lying, Tucker. I don't recall.
I'm just saying, why don't we release all the files, and then we don't need to guess?
I got no problem with that. Go ahead.
Would
but
you
it's
call
not
on
mine.
well, because you weighed in on it
2%.
and said that this was not true.
Is that what
when, of
Whitney
course,
Webb
there was
said?
no evidence.
2% have been released.
Well, there's quite a bit of evidence, but you haven't apparently bothered to read any of the files. Is that what you're saying?
I have not read the Epstein files. Apparently you have.
Well, they're on the internet. and
But
have
when
been
you
for a
say
month.
that everybody knows that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent.
I said everyone believes that.
I don't think everybody does. I don't know.
Well, everyone knows that he had contact with, and by the way, not just Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, which is much more distressing for me. I'm not Israeli, I'm American. I don't want my government having any contact with someone like Jeffrey Epstein. So the shame
I wouldn't either.
is on the United States, as far as I'm concerned, just to be totally clear about that. Everyone's very sensitive about the Israel connection, not at all sensitive about the U.S. connection, which I find very revealing. We should care about what our government does first, I think. But since you weighed in on it and said there's no evidence, I'm surprised that since that evidence has been open to the public for a month, since you've already weighed in publicly on this question, that you've made no effort to evaluate that evidence.
Just a load of crap. It sounds like he's reading from a script, dude. That's literally what it sounds like. All these canned answers and responses. Yeah, this guy sounds like someone who has been given a really comfortable life and promised safety if he stays out of certain things, keeps his head down, doesn't speak out of turn. Yeah, that's what I think it is. I think a lot of the dispensational, like Schofield Bible bullshit is just cover. I think they're like, hey, if some people can buy into it, that's good for us. But I don't think that is everybody. I think a lot of these people they know, hey, man, we got a pretty good thing going here, man. Let's not blow up our spot. LMAO, he's so defensive. I don't recall. Yeah. I don't recall. I don't recall. This was a good segment.
You've spent a lot of time thinking about the right of the Jewish people to their homeland. Do the Irish have the same right to a homeland?
As long as they can defend it, and as long as they,
as long as they can defend it.
But Tucker, here's the point.
Honestly, I would respect that position if he held that position firmly, because he could say, well, hey, the Jewish people are defending their homeland really well by infiltrating our government and utilizing our military. Hey, they're defending their homeland. It's like, okay, all right. And the Irish people are not defending their homeland well. Like that almost like seems like, okay, as bullshit as that is, I almost feel like I would respect that position. But then he gets into all this crap where he wants to twist and contort the Bible and like this weird religious fanaticism, Zionism. It's like, then you get like, what the fuck, dude? Just say you're a Jewish shill, bro. Just say you love the money. Just say they're defending it and they're doing a great job. Okay. Just be out with it. Just be honest.
Wait, hold on. Now you just flip category. You're the minister here.
Yeah, and I'm telling
it's
you,
obvious they can defend it, and if they can't defend it, they
allowing
lose
me
the
to
right.
tell you that I think that what is
he's
very,
like
very
divine
special here
given
is
right.
that there is a biblical as well as an
now he
ethnic
flips it back to
and a historical. So you can take any one, but if you add them all together, biblical, historical, and ethnic, you have a very strong case that the Jewish people are living in a land that is indigenous to them.
Strong
that
case.
has been their
Okay.
historic homeland for 3,800 years.
You can repeat it
and you can
as
also
often
look
as
in
you
the
want.
archaeology. The stones cry out.
Okay.
Have you been to the city of David, for example?
I have. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So you know then that,
and I love it.
It's an amazing place.
agree.
It may be the greatest archaeological discovery in all of history because
great.
it's stunning. It's
pretty great.
And they still continue to find things that date the Jewish people to this land archaeologically for 3,800 years.
We can date the British people to their land much longer, thousands of years longer. Stonehenge is 3,000 years older than any building built by the descendants of Abram in this country. And so it's fine. I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's right. I'm just wanting you to affirm that right, but it makes you uncomfortable and you won't. And I don't know why.
Because I've never honestly sat down and asked myself, are the lines around the
It's an
United
island, so we know what the
Kingdom-
lines are.
I'm saying, but are those lines, are those rooted in something other than the historical connection? Well, great, then they should have it. But
And
that's
they have
a
a
question.
right to have it. But then you said if they can defend it, and if they can't defend it, they lose the right.
But I didn't say it was exclusive one or the other. I think you're really going off the trail.
I just want to know if these principles apply universally or if they only apply to the people of Israel. And my answer appears to be just the people of Israel. They're the only ones with these rights, and I just reject that.
Yeah, that's really what it is. You can have this like might makes right, like like law of nature type mentality. Fine, if he wants to do that, like there's arguments against that. But like for him, he keeps doing this flip floppy thing where it's like the divine right of the Jewish people to live here, and it's like, and then another sentence will say, well, hey, the Irish people, as long as they can defend it. It's like you're doing this like back and forth thing, man. Just I don't know. It's an island, if you know what the lines are, yeah. Oh, and in this clip, he essentially, I think if this is the clip, he's essentially like straight up asks him, like, do you feel bad about murdering children? Do you feel bad about murder? Does it keep you awake at night that you're murdering children, Mike Huckabee? He's like, wait, hold on there, Tucker.
I wish that none of those people in Gaza had been killed after October the 8th. Well, I say not none of them. I'm glad Mohammed Sinwar was killed. I'm glad that some of those warriors, the people who masterminded and carried out the atrocities of October 7th.
14-year-old Hamas operatives, how do you feel about their deaths?
If they participated in that, then God help them. I'm telling you,
What does
Tucker,
that mean, God
I
help
don't
it?
know
Are you
that
happy
they were
that-
14 years. No, but I'm telling you,
Are you
that
happy
when
that you
someone
killed
commits
children?
the acts of atrocity and then they hold hostages, if these were your children being held hostage in Gaza, what would you do to get them out?
I wouldn't want to kill 14-year-olds. I'll tell you that.
Let me ask you something. Would you do whatever it took to get your kids back if they were being tortured, raped, starved,
I would
and
not
beaten?
kill children, period.
Well, I'm just telling you.
And I
that
would
you
never make
do-
excuses for killing
but you
children
wouldn't-
either.
And I'm not talking about targeting children. I'm talking
You
about.
told me that 14-year-olds deserve to die because they were working for Hamas.
I'm telling you.
My question is, can you hear yourself?
I do hear myself.
So do you think a 14-year-old child has agency? Do you think that he deserves to die because he's being used by adults? Isn't his death a crushing
If
tragedy?
he's holding a gun and he's pointing it at someone who's trying to save a hostage, and the only way to save that hostage, I'm telling you, war is a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing, and a lot of innocent
I think I'm the
people
one
die,
who thinks war is a
and
horrible thing.
No. I think what you don't.
I'm trying to explain how horrible it is, and you're saying that the 14-year-old deserved to die.
Jeez, Tucker come with the smoke. How do you feel, Mike? how did you sleep last night knowing you killed a 14-year-old? How does that make you feel? Do you feel sad that you pooped your diaper today? What? Yes. I mean, no. I mean, no. I mean, oh man. It's like listening to Worm Tongue. Yeah. This guy is a religious cultist. He is a traitor, and his religion is the world domination of a foreign country. Absolutely. Amen, brother. Parents in Gaza could say the same thing about those held captive by the IDF, but they're not Israeli, so it doesn't matter that much, clearly. Absolutely. And really, they have more of a moral ground to stand on because the Israelis are the ones who are colonizing them, who are oppressing them, who are coming into their land. They have been since the 1940s. All right, give me one quick second. I'm going to run and get some more water real quick. I'm getting a little parched, so give me like 1 minute. We'll finish up these clips, and then that'll be our night. So I'll be right back. Don't you dare touch that dial.
ultimate ride.
We're back. I want to thank you all for being with me tonight. 280 subscribers. It's fine Friday night. We're having a good time here. A lot of fun, interesting stuff. Make sure to follow me on X, Jake, I'm on YT. Subscribe to me on YouTube. Same exact thing. JCam on YT helps me out a ton. Let's make it to 300, people. Let's do it. We can do it. All right, let's get back to this. I got my Wawa. I am now hydrated. Let's go. We'll finish these up, get these clips going, and then we will call it for the night.
There have been Americans in prison in Israel. There have been Americans in prison in Israel. There have also been, and there continue to be, dozens and dozens and dozens of sex offenders, accused sex offenders from the United States who fled to Israel, including one recently, an Israeli government official who was caught trying to molest a 15-year-old girl and fled to Israel and is not going back to the United States to stand charges for attempted molestation of a child. Have you advocated for the Israeli government to return him to the United States?
I'm not familiar with that case. It has not come to us at the embassy. So I'm not aware. Is this the person in Nevada?
Deny. I don't know anything about it.
County, I would imagine.
He knows it's in Nevada,
but I heard about it through open source media. It was never something that was presented to us, but I would have no problem with him being extradited back to the U.S.
You're the president's and our country's representative in the state of Israel, so I think it would fall to you to advocate with your friend, the prime minister, to say, wait a second, we have a very close relationship. We're obviously the single largest source of outside funding for this country. How can you take an accused child molester and shield him from American justice, send him back to the United States? Have you ever had that conversation?
He's not aware, guys. Yeah, give him a break.
No, because the prime minister would not be the proper person
that may be
in
right,
Israel.
Pardon my ignorance. But
that would deal with an extradition. It would go through their court system. And so the prime minister is separate, very similar to what we have in the U.S., where there is a separation of powers. So it would go through something other than the prime minister.
Have you advocated
they're just like us.
To the courts, to judges, to anybody in the Israeli justice system?
There has never been a request for me to engage in that. I would be happy to do it if the White House sent a message to me. I do work for the president. I serve at his pleasure. If anyone at the White House were to say to me, would you please go and make a case for it? But probably if that were to happen, it wouldn't come through the embassy as much as it would likely come from the Department of Justice at the U.S. in D.C. They would make the request. They might involve us, but they very likely would not.
Does it seem strange to you that people accused of child molestation in the United States are allowed to have refuge within the borders of our closest ally? How that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say that
if you've molested an American child, shouldn't you be required to stand justice?
It's an allegation. Let's be clear. One of the things about our system of jurisprudence, you're innocent until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if the charges are there, should he be extradited? I would say so.
The charges are there.
Yeah. Okay. So they should be, but that's a Justice Department decision, and they're the ones who should be pursuing it. To my knowledge, they haven't. They certainly haven't engaged the U.S. Embassy.
Why would the Israeli government harbor fugitives from justice in the United States?
I'm not sure that
there are dozens and dozens and dozens. In fact, there's an Israeli group that keeps track of them that is dedicated, Jewish Israeli group dedicated to combating the molestation of children, and keeps a long list. And you can look it up. And
Tucker, I hope you're not saying that you think the Israelis support the molestation of children.
Obviously, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm saying that the Israeli government allows, shields accused child molesters from justice in the United States.
I'm not sure I could say that that's something that is provable. I don't know. But I am not aware that the Israeli government is shielding people.
Well, they are, and I'll give you and I just want to make sure that I pronounce this man's name correctly. It's Tom, I believe, Alexandrovich. I think that's right, and I've written it down, but of course my handwriting is so terrible I can't read it. But yes, he is an Israeli, I believe, cybersecurity official who was at a conference in Las Vegas last year and was caught up in a sting designed to catch people soliciting sex from children. He was one of a number of people arrested for this. He was arraigned and charged. And then 2 days later, he fled to Israel and did his first hearing by Zoom. He was allowed for some reason to leave for a foreign country, having already been charged for a attempted molestation of a child. And he remains here now. And there have been many news stories about this. And I just wonder if you would ask the Israeli government to put him on a plane and send him back to face justice for attempting to molest an American child. It doesn't seem complicated.
Shit, man.
The Israeli government, I believe, Alexandrovich? I think that's Tom, I believe. Make sure that I pronounce this man's name correctly. It's Tom, I believe, Alexandrovich?
I remember hearing about this. Oh, dude. Oh, my. There it is. The Zoom call. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 8 child sex predators arrested during undercover operation. Tom Alexandrovich. I wonder if any of these other people got extradited. What do you guys think? They all face felony charges of luring a child with computer for a sex act and were booked into the Henderson Detention Center with exception of Duncan, who was booked to the Clark County Detention Center. Wow. And he got extradited back to Israel. Judge denies lawyer's claim that Israeli official could skip arraignment for child sex crime charges in Nevada. And a senior Israeli official accused of child sex crimes in the U.S. has failed to appear for a scheduled court hearing in his case weeks after he returned to Israel, prompting concerns that he may have fled to avoid facing trial. He's an Israeli official, and they're not... Yeah, dude, they're covering this shit up. They're protecting him. Alexandrovich was released and allowed to return to Israel after being charged with luring or attempting to lure a child online. Why was he released and allowed to return? Why was he even able to do that at all? Don't they tell you have to stay in the state? His release without travel restrictions has led to speculations that may have received preferential treatment due to the close ties between the U.S. and Israel. Yeah, no shit. Government of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu falsely denied that Alexandrovich was arrested and downplayed the incident. Did they have this? What is that? Is this not the... Why would they link this if this didn't have the comment on it? As outrage grew over allowing Alexandrovich to leave the country last week, acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Nevada, Sigal Chattah, a Trump appointee, pointed the finger at local prosecutors. It's always like blaming other people, and we have separation, right? We have separation of powers, so then you can always just keep endlessly pointing the finger at whoever fucked up until you never get any resolution. A liberal district attorney and state court judge in Nevada failed to require an alleged child molester to surrender his passport, which allowed him to flee our country. It's the woke left allowed him to leave, guys. Dude, don't you see this scam, this bullshit scam? They're using this woke pretext to fly undercover under it to do whatever the hell they want, and then you just blame it on the other side. What a bunch of crap. A liberal district attorney, let him go. He's a DEI hire. They let him go. He's too stupid. No, you idiot. Israel fucking runs our country, bro, and they let him return. And they took him in with open arms, and now they're covering for it. That's what's happening. This whole, how did Nick put it? This whole Jewish shit show. They stop asking whether what they say and do is actually good or evil. It's all just about, will this benefit my worldly pursuits or not? Not, is this just, but instead, can I get away with it? You know, you might have some scenarios in life where you do that, you know, that happens to you. You lose sight of things and you do things for worldly pursuit. But it's like, if that's everything you do, I mean, man, you're going to find yourself in a position of power. You're going to find yourself as president. Basically, you'll find yourself as a CEO one day. I think you meant brought back to us. Oh, I don't know. What did I say? Yeah, you know what I meant. Brought back to America.
How many boots on the ground?
How many boots on the ground?
How many boots on the ground has the U.S. placed on behalf of Israel?
However many went to Iraq. We did that for Israel.
No, I don't think we did.
But you said we did it because of 9/11?
That was the U.S. justification for it.
But it wasn't for 9/11. So what was the actual reason?
Well, that's the U.S. government told us it was for 9/11. They told us that they were part of it, that they had weapons of mass destruction.
But they knew they had
all
nothing to
that?
do with 9/11, obviously.
Maybe
There's no
not.
evidence.
But I'm
so
telling
what
you
was the
that
actual
Israel
reason?
was not in that component. But
Israel had no influence on our decision to invade Iraq. That's not what the people who made the decision say. They say Israel.
Well, let me get back to the point.
Gave us that information about the fake weapons of mass destruction. Where do you think that came from? It came from Bibi.
How many Americans put their boots on the ground for Israel? The answer is zero.
Everybody who served in
Zero.
Iraq
That's
put
not
their
true.
boots on the ground
No, they
for
didn't.
Israel.
Did not.
Where did we get the information about the weapons of mass destruction that wasn't real?
We didn't get that from. You're saying we got that from Israel? That Israel was one pushed us into that?
Well, absolutely.
You really believe that?
I know that for a fact. And so does every. Yes, this has been widely written about and discussed. And I'm not attacking Israel. Like, they thought it was in their interest to take out a government that was paying the families of suicide bombers. I get it. I'm not mad at Israel about that. I never have been. I'm mad at the Bush administration and all the people who went along with this to the detriment of my country. That's who I'm mad at, not Israel. Bibi's doing what he can for his country, whether you agree with him or not. I want my leaders to do the same for my country. That's it.
That's a steady position to take, and that's what Mike Huckabee should be doing. But instead, he's trying to shill this crap, this dumb, God promised them this land. You hear? He promised them all this land, so you be giving your tithe to them. Y'all be paying up now. It's like, just tell us that, yeah, I'm a shill for Israel. They're paying for me, and they're going to do what they want in their benefit. Okay, well, I can respect that and understand that a lot more. A realist kind of geopolitical look at this. It's like, okay, yeah, they're going to do what they want to do. Let's not be coy or try and lie about it, right? Let's not talk around that point. Yeah, Bibi literally addressed American lawmakers in D.C. testifying that there were weapons of mass destruction, and Huckabee pretends not to remember that. Also, clean break memo, hello, that came out like 10 years prior. Hello, that's it. They said literally exactly what they wanted to do, and what happened? Literally that. Knock off 7 countries in 20 years or whatever it was.
How many boots?
And a lot of those people who wrote that were in the Bush administration. Fucking ridiculous, man.
Israel goes to links that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an urban war, and yet Israel ended up with fewer civilian deaths in an urban war than any urban war of record.
You said you didn't know how many civilian deaths there were, so how can you say that?
If you took Gaza's numbers, Hamas's
But
numbers.
you said you
It would
don't know what
still
the
be.
numbers are.
We don't.
You just told me that. Then
But
how
I'm
can you
saying
say
if
it's a
you
lower
took-
number?
But if you took the numbers that they reported, which is like 50,000, 24, 25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians? If you
I
took
think the
all of their
numbers
numbers,
range from 120
No.
to 78. Those are the ones I just read. I don't know if that's real. I don't know either. I'm
those
asking
are,
you. You're
Yeah,
the
and I'm
US
telling you,
ambassador.
those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable are somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Where do those come from?
From the Gaza Health Ministry,
But you
which
said
is
those were
Hamas.
invalid numbers.
I think they are. I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying let's
You're
just
saying they're
assume,
inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's
no, I'm
doing
saying
a great job?
let's assume that the most widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas,
yes,
let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history. Fact.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
What are you comparing it to?
To any urban warfare.
Name one.
Iraq?
Where in
Afghanistan?
Iraq? Where in Iraq? Where in Afghanistan? There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan.
Kabul?
I don't know. Were there pitched battles in Kabul over long periods of time? I don't.
20 years.
In Kabul? I don't.
Throughout all of Afghanistan.
But what were those rates?
You're talking about what are the rates there?
The
number of people who were killed into the tens of thousands. I'm asking you to.
I don't know the answer. I've never heard of any of this.
Now
You brought
he's
it up.
asking
You said
him.
the IDF has killed a lower
This is
proportion
brutal.
of civilians in urban warfare than in any urban conflict in modern history.
You made
I've
the
never heard that
claim.
before.
And
I
then
don't
he's
know
asking
what are
him
the
to
controls
answer
for that.
for him.
And you said, well,
Would you agree that
the U.S. military killed more
But
civilians.
would you agree that the real tragedy was that Hamas
Changing the
continued
subject.
to force this war?
Hold on. You just
way
once
beyond.
again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never heard that before. And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary efforts to keep
You
the
don't
number
know the numbers,
flat.
do you?
I think they were tens of thousands. I'll get them for you.
Well, you brought it up. That's the only reason I'm pushing you.
But I'm wearing a flag.
He said, well, you brought him up. That's the only reason why I'm pushing you. Tucker has this he has this weird energy that's like extremely passive, almost like a naive, goofy dad type energy. But then at the same time, he's just like, he pushes really hard on certain, like he goes hard when he needs to. And he's very much like aloof about things, which I think it's fucking hilarious. Yeah, the math ain't math, and Tucker exposes Huckabee just by forcing him to say what he actually is. No, he exposes him just by asking him a question about his fucking claim. That's what he did. He said, the IDF killed less people in an urban environment than anybody in recent modern history. Okay, where? Iraq? Really? Afghanistan? Where in Afghanistan? What are the numbers? What are they? I don't know. You tell me. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I made the claim, but you need to answer. You need to answer that claim. Okay. You need to. Insane. Huckabee obviously doesn't want Israel to look even worse in the eyes of the American people. Yeah, and this is what I think all this is about. He wouldn't say that. We are going to get wise at exactly the moment they don't need us anymore. That's what I think is happening too. Because it's also very weird that Huckabee agreed to this when Tucker's been on kind of this anti-Israel thing for, like 2 years now. And now he's like, yeah, I'll go talk to my old friend Tucker, who's, he's got to know if he's listening to his TPUSA speeches, which he admitted, you said things about Israel there. It's like, yeah, I'm going to go into and sit down with an interview. No, I some of this, I think there is a part of that too, where it's like in the zeitgeist, in the social sphere, the social mind, where it's like, yeah, we're done. We're cool. You can start revealing all the secrets of Israel because we're going to bomb Iran in about 2 days. And that's last one. And then once that's done, Bibi even admitted, hey, I think it's time we start weaning off the foreign money, the money coming in from America. I think I want to start weaning off that. Oh, now you want to start weaning off that. That's cool. This is going to be the biggest scam of forever in the world. This Israel takeover of America and our military doing their dirty work is the biggest scam in history. People are going to look back on this and they're probably going to have textbooks about masterful deceit and these masterful deceptive tactics that Israel used in order to when Israel, the Greater Israel Project is achieved and they run the world, there's going to be textbooks with how, if we have textbooks in the future, but there's going to be, texts written about how masterful these people, these Israeli players are in achieving these geopolitical goals. And I'll probably even say how dumb we are, right? That's probably what I'll say. And what is to become of all this info and talk about Israel and Epstein? Will anything come of it? I know, right? Everybody's just going to sit around and wait for something to happen. Now, Huckabee is too calm. I think he knew he was going to get this kind of thing. He probably was sent to do it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, is that like there's also part of me that thinks that this was planned and like, yeah, just go out there and do it. We're fine. We're good. Did you see the White House tweet out America first today? No, but it's just more of a humiliation ritual.
Work for a country, and you pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this and that I'm criticizing my own country, and I'm not.
They did a better job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know. So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in Afghanistan and Iraq? Why are you saying that? Like, on what basis are you saying that?
On what basis
From the
did they?
conversations that I've had with the people who fought there. And I don't have the exact numbers for you.
He flips it around and says, well, on what basis didn't they do that? I don't know. Why don't you prove that? Prove that negative. Is this part of the humiliation, watching no one go to jail? Yeah. Yeah, this is why so many people are into cuck porn nowadays. Because we're all in the cuck chair. America's in the eternal cuck chair. We're all just sitting by and we're like, yep, watching as it happens. A little crude there, but shit, man, that's what it feels like. Oh yeah, USS. I mean, like, dude, I mean, I have to take a step back because I always think, like you're saying, oh, everybody knows, and this is a humiliation ritual, and nobody's going to do it. But the thing is that there's still a lot of fucking normies out there who don't even know like 1/1,000,000th of what we talk about here. Like, I've talked to people about Epstein and they'll know like, oh yeah, I know there's something there, but I know, maybe they know about like the island and like he was like a sex trafficker, but like they don't know anything else about it, who it's connected to, the high level players, anything about Israel or what goes on with Israel. They're like totally. Psh. And so when we post stuff like this, like, yeah, who doesn't know about the USS Liberty? Who doesn't know about the clean break memo? Who doesn't know about Oded Yanan? Who doesn't know about like, when you think that, you go talk to an average person, you go ask them about the clean break memo, weapons of mass destruction. They'll be like, what? I tell you, man, there's a lot of people who do not know this stuff. So maybe we just got to keep pushing on it. Maybe we just got to keep pushing. I don't know. I think the Israel stuff, a lot of this is over. Like the $3.8 billion or whatever we give them, all that military, I think all that shit is largely like on its way out. It's sunsetting. The new battle, I think, which has already been shown to us, is the psychological one. Is the now we're winning. Now we're going to win over the hearts and minds of people by buying up the channels of communication, like TikTok. And I think that's going to be the next move. And I think they're going to keep doing that and keep pushing on that until they own all of it. And, within a generation or two, I think that Gen Z people who might be anti-Israel will eventually seem like old fuddy-duddies. They'll seem like, oh, that's my parent. My parents like that shit. And the new generation, the new culture that's created will be very pro-Israel. And I think the younger generation will come back around. I think they're like, okay, the hard shit's over. Now we can do the easy shit, which is culture creation, maintaining and silencing, the speech of people on these platforms. And they'll pump those numbers up. I think if Israel is going to lose a gajillion, we send them. But you're missing the point. That's just the foreign aid of our government, which was largely used for defense and military and controlling the region. They're still funneling in trillions of dollars through people like Larry Fink of BlackRock, through Larry Ellison, through Sam Altman. I mean, there's so many other people who, are ethnically Jewish who are going to be funneling money in there one way or another. I mean, Miriam Adelson, another one, big player, billions of dollars. Just because we don't give 3.8 billion a year, if we stop doing that, I think they're going to be fine. I'm just trying to think, like, what's the move for us, right? What should we do? What should the Goyim do? Hey, Goyim, what should we do? We should have like a sit down. We should have the Goyim Council and sit down and talk about what our next move is. What should we do? How do we pick up the pieces? Keep talking about it, I guess. I think people need to go to church and have children. I think that's a big one. Not no fake TPUSA faith church, but a real church. People don't get it. If they kill the Gazans for being in their way with no remorse, they will kill you too for saying negative things about them online. Yeah. I agree with that. You seen those drones, man? Those drones that fly like 1,000,000 miles an hour and then shoot a metal dart. I want to see if I have that, like, drone dart weapon. There was a video I saw where somebody used it on a mannequin. Yeah, it was something like this. Like, it was very small. And it just like zoomed in there and shot a big spike right through the head. I thought, that's cool. How do I defend against that? How does my AR-15 defend against that? Maybe this is our hope. Maybe our hope is Russia. Russia, please. Putin, if you can hear us, please save us. Putin, if you can hear us, liberate us from this Israeli occupation. That was a joke. I don't actually know if he's on. Some people say he's very pro-Israel too, so. Maybe it's him. Maybe he's the fight. Maybe he's the one. Maybe Kim. Chairman Kim. Liberate us, please. Maybe the eternal Asian will save us. The dragon strikes again, right? The dragon shall rise again from the ashes and defeat our Yiddish foe. I don't know. I'm talking on my ass. Our hope isn't in an earthly kingdom. We can expect to get crucified by them here. Yep. I honestly, more and more, the older I get, the more I realize that. You ain't going to find no utopia. You ain't going to find your king. These people they're working for the devil, really. They're all working for Satan. And, Satan rules. He rules here. He rules the earth. And some of it is like, I feel like people need to just chalk it up to the political shit. Chalk that up to, that's over. I think the political shit is over. but people really just harp on the utopian, oh, the king will come, they'll come and save us. Nobody's going to save you, little bro. I think you got to save yourself. You got to start working on your own tribe, your own community. You have to foster friendships, foster a family, foster a community of yourself. Localize it. That's what I keep telling people, man. Figure out, make your bed, figure out how to be productive, be generative, create. And maybe there is something to say, like, if you get to a point where you create, you build a business or something and it becomes very, powerful, wealthy, then you're in a position where you're holding cards and maybe you can make things change then. But as it stands, like relying on the status quo political sphere now, the way it's all ran, I think that's a waste of time. I think, frankly, if anything, it's going to take like generations because these people will be dying out. I think more stuff will be coming out. We'll be more privy to how the world, the elite works. And I think these people will have to change their plan or just completely ditch that altogether. Not like the overarching globalist NWO plan, but like like there'll be a changing of the guard at some point is what I'm saying. And a lot of these people, they're like bloodlines, right? We're probably going to see the Trumps for the rest of our lives. I bet you Barron Trump's going to run. He's going to be very pro-Israel. I bet you. We're going to see Don Jr. run. We're going to see, we'll probably see Chelsea Clinton run, right? There's like these bloodlines. And I think that like, you have to try and sneak in maybe at those points, maybe when the guard has shifted over enough. If you can break that up, I don't know, maybe there's something somewhere there you can wedge yourself in. But generally, I think the politics angle is just like cooked. A lot of it's just bread and circuses in back to our regularly scheduled programming. So that's why I tell people just build yourself up, right? Build yourself up, build your community. Try and create something to the best of your ability, to the landscape, with the landscape we're in and what we've been dealt. Try and create, try and build, try and save. And ultimately, I think try and have a family and pass on all your stuff to them, because I think that is one battle after another, right? It's going to be a generational struggle ultimately. If there's even a chance or a plan at returning back to some sort of virtuous, sovereign country, it will be a generational one. The battle will be generational. But, that might not even be the case. It might just be, hey, Christ might return before, No, don't count on that. Don't count on that. But I think you are right. There is going to be persecution. There is going to be, people are going to be having to bear their cross in this life, because I think there is really not many avenues, at least from the leadership side. I bet there were Epstein files at the time of Christ too, and they crucified him. Yeah. The way to combat it is to build up heavenly kingdom. Where's the clip with North Korea president looking thin? Why? What are they doing to him? Yeah, where is that clip?
Very nice. Getting a good picture, everybody, so we look nice and handsome and thin.
Beautiful.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Like, what did this idiot just say? Whatever happened with him and Little Rocket Man? They had such a good relationship. Yeah, the camera, dude, seriously, is this The Office? He's like, what?
Thank you guys. Kim, are you confident?
위원장님 자신 있으십니까?
적당하긴 있다고 생각합니다.
Well, it's too early to tell.
예단하진 않겠습니다.
But I wouldn't say that I'm pessimistic.
그러나 나의 직감으로 보면 좋은 결과가 생길 거라고 믿습니다.
But from what I feel right now, I do have a feeling that good results would come out.
A non-answer. He's probably like, damn, this is crazy, bro. These people are nuts. Remember when Putin sat in front of the American press and he was like, RB press.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Yeah.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
I've been asking to speak to you now for 2 years, to talk to you, to tell you that I'm also a super genius like yourself.
Okay.
I'm not sorry.
I'm not sure I'm one, but all right.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm just saying serious. This is to all benefit of Tesla shareholders in the world. I am a capitalist like yourself. I am also a level 2 stage. I've been waiting for 10 years now for someone to give me a second look, a full second look. And if they did, they would see a very advanced mind in front of them. So I'm asking you today, can you give me a second look?
On what?
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what a second look in what I'm not sure in what regard.
I would like to come on board as vice chairman of Tesla.
Bro. Oh, no.
Well, we don't really have a vice chairman spot, but...
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I don't think... I'd have to say no. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I can also apply for a future CEO position, but I would at least I would like to come on the board of the directors. I apologize. This is to the benefit of Tesla shareholders.
I think we need to move on to another question. My apologies.
I apologize. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Was that guy a troll, dude? What the hell? Didn't somebody do this to Jake Paul or Logan Paul or whoever? Some kid was like, I quit my job and I came all the way here. Can you just give me a chance, bro? Can you give me a shot, man? I can do it. And then he goes and he questions him and he's like, okay, what are you going to do for me? Here's your job interview. What are you going to do for me? And he's like, I'm just like a really hard worker and I can just like help. He's like, can you do this? Can you do that? And he's just like, no, but I'm really loyal. And he's like, dude, I don't need any of this crap. I like this man's initiative. You're hired, right? That's what they're all expecting. You walk in there with a firm handshake and a smile and Elon will make you vice chair. Was it Jake Paul or Logan Paul? Jake Paul, man quits job to work or is it Logan Paul? I don't know. I get these fuckers confused. Yeah. You guys remember this? Shit's so cringe, bro. People act like their life is just like a fucking movie. But here's the annoying thing is that sometimes it is like a movie, which is where luck comes into play. Lindy Man, another Lindy Man quote. He says, never kill yourself. He says, never kill yourself because there's always luck. Luck can always come into play at any time.
Sneak anything? No, I quit my job. No. Wait, it's a story. I'm interested. It's a story. I quit my job.
At least he's interested.
2 days ago. I came up here, took a risk. I'm originally from Ohio.
Did you sneak up here?
No, I didn't sneak in here. I didn't sneak. What do you mean sneak up?
Like on stage? Or you just like?
Yes, I did.
It's one of the sneak videos.
I'm sorry. I just.
Did you print the ticket and stuff?
No, I just needed to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to your brother. I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah, he's got him on video too.
About trying to get a job. Like I want to do media. I've been trying to get.
What are you good at?
Want to do media or
dances,
do media?
I did like
What's
that. I did that video. You know, like going like that. Yeah, you know.
Oh, so you really got what it takes.
Yeah, I don't.
Then why would I
need a mentor.
job? Well, why would I do that?
I want to be like. I'm 22 years old.
I want to be you.
I can't be a mentor right now, right? In my life, I'm a fuck up myself. I need a mentor. You know what I'm saying? Like I need
connections and you need people to be around you, right?
No, I didn't have connections and people around. I have Jake. That's it. Do you have a brother? Do you have people? Friends?
I don't.
Friends? You got friends. You got amigos.
I don't.
You don't have friends?
Loser.
I swear to God. I'm here by myself. I'm here by myself.
Where you from?
I'm from Norwalk,
Bro,
Ohio.
you're a good-looking guy, bro. You have friends, bro. You're fucking lying. You have friends. Go make content, do stuff with your friends. I'm glad you quit your job. It takes balls to do that, bro. But like now you gotta act.
Try to make a step.
I'm not, but I'm not the guy directly.
You are
right?
You're the guy. You're the guy.
No, bro. My
You're
team
him.
is this. Relax, bro. Relax. I'm not the guy. Like life isn't about handouts. You know what I'm saying?
I know. I'm
you
not
gotta
trying to
work.
get a handout. I'm not trying to get a handout.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to work hard for a little money. No money. I don't know. I can get a job somewhere else. All I want to move to LA.
The money thing was not what you should say right
I
there.
have to go. If you really are serious about it, bro, you should move to LA and just like you approached me, start making connections with every single person in LA. I'm serious. That's it. I've always said this. If you're charismatic and you can talk to someone, you can make it in LA.
Yes. Honestly, that advice right there was big. I would say the same thing. Put yourself, whatever you want to do. Okay, you want to be in media. Okay, where's the media hub of the world? Okay, it's in LA. Go to LA and ensconce yourself with these people and talk. If you're able to do this and come up to me, dude, you can talk to anybody. Go up to people and just keep doing it. Get rejected 1,000 times a day. Eventually, somebody's gonna say, we got something for you. Actually, yeah, you look like you could fit. Or just make connections, make friends, and eventually something will happen, man. Luck. Put yourself in that position. He may have mental issues. Yeah, these people, well, who doesn't have a little bit of mental issues? But that guy was, I'm surprised he even entertained that. Honestly, he gave him much more of the time of day than Elon did, but that guy's pitch was terrible. He shouldn't have said anything about the money thing too. Oh, I want a little bit of money. A little bit of money? No, you're supposed to say it's my heart, my passion, it's what I believe in, man. I really work hard at this. Like, okay, you got friends, go get in front. He just said, you got friends, go start fucking filming shit, bro. I don't know. Anyways, I don't even know we got onto that topic. It's about 11 o'clock, boys and girls. I think it's that time. It's about time to wrap things up. It was a good evening, good night. How do you guys like the Friday stream? Is the Friday stream doing you guys well? Do you guys like it? I think it's okay. I think it's actually pretty good, and I think I can make this work. I just have to tweak some things here and there, specifically during the week. But I think I can make the Friday streams permanent. I'll try it again. We'll continue a test run of it. I'll do it again next week. And I'll just keep tweaking and see how it goes. If it eventually blows up in my face, we'll go back to Saturday. Or if people are like not vibing with it, I'll go back to Saturday. But Friday right now I think is okay, and we'll stick with that for a little while. Saturday and Friday are both good. Should I do them both? Should I do both 8? No, I'm just kidding. I would be streaming a lot more if I didn't have, a life. I would make this my life, really. I would do this every day. I would do this basically every day if I had no work. If I didn't have to get up every day. So that maybe one day I will get to that point. That would be nice. Because this shit, I love streaming. I love doing this. This shit's fun as fuck. I just wish I had more time to like get more. I would like to do more research. I'd like to read more stuff. I'd like to get more prepared. Sometimes I feel like I should have, I should have said afterwards. I should have said that, or I should have talked about that. I don't, but hey, what it is, what it is. We're doing the best with what we got. Anyways, I'm rambling. Thank you all for being with me. It was a good night. Follow me on X, JCam on YT, and subscribe to me on YouTube. Same exact thing, JCam on YT right here. 281 subscribers. On our way to 300. Can we make it? Please, can we make it? Please, my Uncle Rob. My poor Uncle Rob. He says he's going to subscribe to me only when I hit the 300. He's dangling that in front of my head. He's texting me every day, telling me how much of a loser I am and how much I need his subscription, but he won't give it to me until we hit 300. So please hit subscribe. The clips will be up during the week. I will see you all next